twilight that's gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular amongst birds singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominion Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
That's a win! That ball is way out of here.
5 consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown.
Williams with the throw to the cup and the down. He's going to score. It's a walk-off. Touchdown, South Carolina.
Well, I have a microphone and you don't.
So you will listen to every damn word I have to say.
Up top again.
Finally, I'm free again. I got my motor running for a wild weekend.
Freak out, yo!
Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back, she said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance. Don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back, she said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me.
Happy Friday, Gamecocks. Greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show, built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros. There when you need them, Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. That's Mad Dog. I'm JB. Raphael Esparza is coming up at 10:30 this morning. We will get into some football over-unders with him that are increasingly coming out. We also will talk to him about some weekend bets, as we always do on Fridays. For Friday's fun around here. Like if when we get going in the morning, if the dance with me video and all that stuff didn't get you fired up, Raphael's always got energy. And then in the spring, we've always got Coach Lake at 11 o'clock. It's our favorite hour of the week. No offense to anybody else, but it's our favorite hour of the week. And so Coach will be here, Morehead State in town, to take on the Gamecocks in baseball this weekend. So we got all that. But Mad Dog, as you well know, ladies first today.
That's right. That's right. I know all about the ladies here.
Yeah.
I have a very intimate relationship with all the thousands of people who are now flooding into my town.
Well, welcome to Charleston.
I know.
Yeah. It's look, one of the great things that I enjoy about what we do, and then this is not about us, but we're going to get to them, I promise you, is that I don't have to sit here and spin my wheels like some people like to do. Nobody in our network, but some people like to do, talking about the 6th-string quarterback and the 9th-string water boy and this, that, and the other for 12 months out of the year. The hell with that crap. We get to talk about the Gamecocks. And right now, the University of South Carolina, today you got the quarterfinal going on. South Carolina, Dawn Staley and her team will walk on the floor at noon in their first game up there in Phil's backyard at the Bond, or whatever they want, the Well, whatever the hell they're calling it now.
The Bilo Center.
The Bilo Center. It's still the Bilo Center.
It's always the Bilo Center.
Vanderbilt is going to hopefully be the program that Carolina has to get through first to advance in this year's SEC Women's Basketball Tournament. And then there's what's going on that nobody saw coming in softball. And this, I'm telling you, we said it the other day, this is a story. This is a huge story for the University of South Carolina. Ashley Chastain, who put the uniform on, who played here, and then went off and got her coaching career started. She's coached the German national team. She's been the pitching coach at the College of Charleston. She's been the pitching coach at Michigan State. She's been the Charlotte head softball coach. And now she's home, thanks to Ray Tanner and his group at South Carolina. And they're in the top 10 in the country, and they haven't lost a damn game. They're 20-0. And tonight they open a 3-game series against the top-ranked Oklahoma Sooners. If you want to be the best, you better freaking beat them. And that's Oklahoma. They have won 4 straight national championships. They've played in 5 straight national championships. And South Carolina is 5-4 all time against the Sooners. Phil, how about those cookies?
I like it. Taking a winning record.
Crap.
That's
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
Yeah. Listen, so far as Oklahoma's concerned, they need to consider themselves the underdog this weekend because,
right.
This series history is definitely in the Gamecocks' favor.
There is no question. It's all leaning to South Carolina.
Hats off to that team. They are fun to watch. It is just, I mean, really exciting. And I am looking forward to that. I'm going to be so split on screens this evening.
Yeah.
My wife's even going out with a couple of friends tonight. So my eldest will be at work. It'll just be me and the little one, and we'll be having a good time watching some Gamecocks softball, I'm sure.
Yeah. This game, of course, will be broadcast tonight on the SEC Network Plus, and you'll be able to watch it at 7:30. Both games, Friday, Saturday, SEC Network Plus. Sunday, the game is on the SEC Network at 2:30 in the afternoon. So it'll be on network television. Tonight will be the most watched softball game in South Carolina's women's softball history. I can guarantee you that. People know now. They're paying attention. This team is number 9 in the country, and they are 20-0. These two teams that are playing tonight, this isn't Oklahoma and Texas. This is Oklahoma and South Carolina, and they're combined 39-0 as they enter the ball game tonight. Now, there's a lot of big-time softball matchups going around across the country, including a top 5 matchup in College Station between third-ranked Florida and 5th-ranked Texas A&M. You got 12th-ranked Oklahoma State in Lubbock to take on 18th-ranked Texas Tech. 11th-ranked Florida State is in Eugene at 13th-ranked Oregon. 7th-ranked Tennessee is in Athens against 16th-ranked Georgia. Virginia Tech top 25 matchup this weekend. Duke and Clemson in the upstate. That's a top 25 matchup. But this is the one that nobody saw coming. And I did a bunch of research yesterday on this. The last time that South Carolina made the trip to Norman was in 2018. It's also the last time that they played the Sooners. It was a tournament in the regular season. Carolina went 2-2 on that field. They beat Illinois State and Indiana and lost both of the games that they played against Oklahoma. That's the only time that they've ever played in Norman in program history. The last time that they beat the Sooners was in 2001 in Columbus, Georgia. Now, to some bad news, but it will change tonight. It will change tonight. Carolina all-time versus the number 1 team in the land is 4-12. They've played 16 teams ever against number 1. Their last win was in 2017 versus number 1, top-ranked Florida State. That was a pair of midweek games that they hosted at Beckham Field. They split that series. That also broke a 10-game losing streak versus the top-ranked team in college softball. Here's the bad news. Carolina all-time versus an SEC team ranked number 1 is 0-8. But it gets worse. A lot freaking worse. They've never scored a run.
Oh, wow.
They've been outscored 40-0 in those contests. 0-2 at Tennessee in 2007, 0-3 at Alabama in 2008, and 0-3 versus Alabama at home in 2011. And would you guess who pitched game 2 of that series? Ashley Chastain, when she was wearing the uniform at the University of South Carolina. So she knows what it's like to take on the top-ranked team in the country. But this team that she's coaching is better than that team that she played on, and she will tell you that. And they're ready to go. They are 0-5 in true road games against the number 1 team in the country. And then you get into this series and you start looking at the players and you go, okay, they're superstars here. A lot of superstars. 2 of the top 3 hitters in college softball are playing in the game. Quincy Lilio, who we know about at South Carolina, who came from Oklahoma, and center fielder Ella Parker for the Sooners, who's hitting .574. Lilio's hitting .567. Let me repeat this. 574 and .567. They're going to play against each other tonight. Clearly, they know each other quite well, and there's a reason why Lilio left. She felt like she didn't have a spot in the outfield there. Well, she's got one here, and she's the leadoff hitter for the Gamecocks. Oklahoma in 20 games, Phil, has hit 39 home runs. South Carolina's hit just 19, but Rhodey has been swinging the bat well, and the ball's leaving the yard when she does, and we'll see if she can get one out of there tonight. The Sooners, in 20 games, Phil, they have stolen 36 bases. 36 bases in 19 games this year. South Carolina, 17 of 23 on the base pass. So Oklahoma, they're going to swing it well. They're going to hit the ball out of the yard, and then when they're on base, they're running. And South Carolina is going to have to find a way to calm that down. Is it Jory Hurd, who's thrown 50 2/3 innings pitched this year? Her ERA is sub 1, 0.97. She has allowed 7 earned runs in almost 51 innings pitched to go with her 49 strikeouts. And Isabella Smith is the star of the Sooners, 25 innings pitched. She's given up 1 run in 25 innings. I mean, it is star after star after star. And this is phenomenal. And yeah, I am gushing a little bit over this because this has not happened around here since 1997. That under Joyce Compton, the mid-90s were special for South Carolina softball. They were incredible. And they went to Oklahoma and went out to the College World Series and went 2-Q and came home, and everybody's wondering what happened. It was the best team in the country. Could Ashley Chastain have the best team in the country? We're going to find out this weekend, because if they win two, she might. This is really just an unbelievable story for a first-year head coach who went to the transfer portal when she got here. A lot of those players came with her from Charlotte, as we all well know. Some of them are just magnificent stories, like Lexi Winters, who is from Columbia. She's the catcher. She went to Charlotte. She's home. She's living a dream in that uniform right now. I mean, this is a cool story. And I'll tell you what, regardless of how they do this weekend, when they open SEC play at home next weekend, I doubt there's any seats in there. I bet that place is just going to be jam-packed.
I hope so. But I agree with you. I think it will. I mean, they have really caught the attention nationally. I mean, not just around, our little neck of the woods. And here you are. This is the biggest stage there is here in Norman, Oklahoma, coming up this weekend to really, kind of put your foot in the door and say, hey, we're here to contend. Mm-hmm. I don't think those shutout numbers from Oklahoma are going to last too long.
No, I don't.
Starting tonight, because these bats are hot.
Yeah. This group can swing it, man, and they're very confident. And, here's the other thing, too. Like, this is could we be proven wrong? I guess we could be proven wrong. Everybody can. But, if I'm not some softball expert or anything like that. Certainly have been around it my entire life and have seen plenty of it. But I wouldn't go out on a ledge and say that I'm an expert. And by the way, Ben is correct. I didn't update my numbers. Lilio's batting average now is number 1 in the country at 583 after what she did the other night. So I apologize. I screwed that whole thing up. And Ben, thankful for people like you that are in our Nana Sports chat box. By the way, she's only struck out once this year, for anybody wondering. One time.
Yeah. 1K, 21
1K. Yeah, 1K,
like,
60 at bats. I mean, just insane. But they're good. Like, they're talented. I was talking to Adele Cisco this morning, formerly Adele Voigt, who played with Ashley at South Carolina, Mike Cisco's wife. And, she was a left fielder, center fielder. She was an all-defensive left fielder at the University of South Carolina. She knows what it looks like. I said, what do you think? She said, they're good. Like, they're real good. That's what it looks like right there. That's what it looks like. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited to watch this tonight. Obviously excited to watch baseball, and we'll talk to Coach Lake about plenty of that. We're excited for noon to watch Dawn and the ladies hop on the floor up there. Hopefully all of them are able, and the men, they got to go to Tennessee tomorrow. That seems a little less likely than all the other scenarios that we've dished out here. But who knows? It could be a really magical weekend for the South Carolina Athletics Department.
Yeah, I mean, everything is set up right here with the women to have a stellar weekend. And then, the men's basketball team has got, crazier upsets have happened, even in Gamecock history. So, you're coming in there with a Tennessee team that is going to be tough. But, I'm not counting them out, even though it is on the road and they have a terrible record on the road. But, you never know. It's the last game of the season. Tennessee might have their eyes on next week, might be looking a little ahead. Carolina just clips them. So let's hope.
7:30 first pitch tonight on the SEC network. We did attempt to get Brad Muller on the air this morning. Brad, of course, is calling the game for women's basketball at noon. And so we just couldn't make that work and couldn't get it pre-recorded last night. So we'll get Brad next week at some point in time as the ladies are getting ready to dance. And, of course, maybe softball, but who knows? Maybe softball is ranked in the top 5, depending on what happens this weekend. But got to give credit. First of all, Brad Muller is an awesome person. Like, he is a great guy. For anybody that's ever met Brad, and if you've never met Brad, you're better when you do. He's a wonderful man who's done a lot of things just brilliantly. He's given everything he's had to the University of South Carolina. And you think about guys like Brad Muller, who've sat there over the years and I mean, think about how poorly some of these teams have been, and he's been the voice. And, sometimes you wonder, is anybody actually listening to this? But, boy, you get rewarded when things get turned around. So I'm happy for people like Brad Muller who get a chance to call all this stuff that's going on with Dawn. He's been able to do that for a long time now since Derek moved on. And of course, with softball, it's a neat opportunity for him. He said in a text yesterday, actually, to me, he said, you know what? As long as I get to sit in a booth and watch kids play ball, I'm happy. Isn't that something? What a quote. So good for Brad Muller, and we'll get him on sometime next week. But if you're going to listen to Brad today, that's a noon tip for South Carolina and Vanderbilt. It's the first of 4 games that will be played following the Gamecocks and the Commodores. It is 5th-seeded Oklahoma and 4th-seeded Kentucky at 2:30. Both of these games are on ESPN. South Carolina women ESPN. Remember that today at noon. And then 7th-seeded Ole Miss has got 2nd-seeded Texas this evening at 6 o'clock. 11th-seeded Florida and 3rd-seeded LSU. Of course, if Carolina can do what we expect them to do, it is incredibly likely that they will see either Texas or LSU in the women's championship at 3 o'clock on Sunday. I mean, I know people, do dual and triple TVs for football season to watch games. At the end of the day, you really don't even care about. You know what I mean? You're watching South Carolina and Oklahoma, and over here you got Kentucky and Missouri, and over here you got whoever, Florida and LSU or something like that. But Sunday, you could have softball going for a series win at 2:30, and the women's basketball program going for another SEC tournament crown at 3, and you got baseball going on. So if you haven't dusted off that Palm Casual furniture in the back porch in a while, you might want to get to it, because this weekend it could get a couple of dents in it.
You get it's like it's like spring football practice, right? If you get to get your setup fine tuned, heading into the summer. Yeah, it'll be great. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Yeah,
I might have to bring the laptop down. That way I'll have one extra screen that it can kind of float.
That's right. Exactly. I will have. I've got 2 already on the porch, so I'll have to probably have a 3rd out there. But man, I'm telling you what, for all the geeks that just can't get over, worrying about who's going to go get the tee on the 20-yard line next fall and stuff like that, and they're just sucked into football. They don't care about anything else. Boy, are they missing out. This stuff is fun, so I'm excited to be able to cover it, and hopefully it all works out well for South Carolina. Also, this weekend in college baseball, and again, we'll get to all the Gamecock stuff here in just a little while. It's kind of a it's a ho-hum weekend. It's that last weekend before you get to conference play, and everybody generally tries to fine-tune some things, but a couple of series to keep an eye on. ACC play is beginning for anybody that's wondering. Not every ACC team is playing this weekend, but some are. Notre Dame and Wake Forest, they'll play. Stanford is at North Carolina. Back in the day, that would have been an enormous series, but Sunken Diamond has kind of sunken a little bit. The Tar Heels, though, are 4th in the country. Coastal Carolina is up at Clark LeClaire Stadium. Anybody know where that is? Greenville, North Carolina, the home of the ECU Pirates, who are struggling a little bit. And then you got some other ACC series and stuff like that. But generally, it's kind of an off weekend for college baseball. Of course, South Carolina's got Morehead State, and we'll give you much more on that coming up here in just a little while, Phil. So that's kind of what the slate looks like now. Raphael Esparza is coming up here in just a few minutes, and certainly excited to talk to him about a bunch of the betting odds and things like that. We will get to overs and unders. We've been talking a lot about that this week with college football, a lot of the over-under win totals. I polled, by the way, last year, last year going into the 24 regular season, all 16 SEC teams, Phil, and I found this pretty interesting. Just one team that was projected to win 9 or more games was over. Was over their total. Tennessee. So you had then this is regular season, by the way, not talking about playoffs or no, it was Texas. Texas, remember, they were projected to win 10.5 and they won 11. And
I thought, yeah.
And that's something. So that's it. Georgia 10.5, they won 10. Bama was at 9.5, they won 9. Ole Miss was at 9.5, they won 9. LSU was at 9.5, they won 8. Missouri, they were at 9.5, they won 9. So the under hit. If you bet the under last year, unless it was the Longhorns, just 6 of 16 teams were over. So 5 of the 10 who were projected to win less than 9 hit the over last year, and that of course includes your South Carolina Gamecocks, who were projected to win 5.5, and they won 9.
Well, you know what that means? That just means the SEC's bad. I mean,
well, that's what it means.
The national narrative is the SEC is just falling off.
Mm-hmm.
They can't even, they can't even run through their own conference schedules and hit those Vegas targets.
Well, that's right. You gotta get it all figured out. I mean, this is really turning into a debacle. Yeah, Vandy at 2.5. Remember, they won 6. Again, this is regular season. Mississippi State at 4.5. They were under. They only won 2. Florida was projected to win 5.5. They won 7. Arkansas hit the over at 6 from 5.5, and that's it. Those are all your overs. So Oklahoma was under. Kentucky was under. Auburn was under. A&M was under. So
we helped 3 of those teams achieve that feat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, 4 because Missouri went under, right? Yeah, so there you go.
yeah, thanks to the Gamecocks.
That's right. Compliments of the Gamecocks.
Well, Carolina upended the whole thing, quite frankly, because they did that, and then that allowed them to get over. So, if you're a betting man, I don't know, maybe bet the over on South Carolina. All right, it's 10:26. We will step aside for a timeout. Raphael is going to join us here in just a moment. We got Coach Lake coming up. I can't wait for that. But again, if you're joining us a little bit late, we already gave you the breakdown, some deep dive type numbers on Oklahoma and Carolina. Top 10 series tonight. Number 1 versus number 9 begins at 7:30 Eastern on the SEC Network Plus. We'll come back to some of that in just a little bit with Coach Lake as well. But I hope everybody's fired up. Tell your neighbors and stuff like that, man. Put it on your television screens and make people watch it. This group of ladies, they deserve this. This is just really an incredible story. We'll step aside. I mentioned Palm Casual. They present our coverage of Carolina baseball, which we'll talk about. Palm Casual is going to get their money's worth on my porch this weekend, as I just told you. Tomorrow is also my bride's 39th birthday. So we got a couple of folks coming over tomorrow night, and I'm sure that they'll be enjoying that and enjoying our little gas fire pit and all that type of stuff out there. So thanks to Palm Casual when it warms up, and in the fall when it cools down, we really get to enjoy you, and that stuff is seemingly unbreakable. My kids have spilled everything known to man on it, and it just wipes right off. We put bleach on it, and it doesn't stain. Can you believe that? It cleans it. Isn't that incredible? So if you've got crappy outdoor furniture, what a line. Head to palmcasual.com. There's 4 locations in South Carolina, soon to be 1 in Wilmington as well. And it is Gamecock owned, and it is Gamecock operated. We'll step aside. Esparza next on the morning show.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Get along down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, drink a beer, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
Yeah, it's 10:30. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and brought to you by Resto Pros. Quick shout out to our friends at Gamecock Traditions. Last night, last night, they dropped, this is cool for all you Carolina fans. They dropped trading cards, Carolina football and women's basketball trading cards. You can go to GamecockTraditions.com and you can order a pack or you can order the box. The box is $69.99. I think the packs are $12.99 or $14.99 or something like that. And I believe there's 6 packs in that box. Well, I'm surprised he's my cousin, but he's like my nephew, Rim. And so I ordered the damn thing. But what's cool is if you order the box, you're guaranteed one card to be autographed. And my understanding, and I'll confirm this with Kevin, but all these players that went to the combine, Nikki Manwari and Kyle Kennard and Josh Simon, et cetera, all their cards are in there. Lenoris, you name it. So if you got a young man or a young lady in your life, or you yourself, and you're into trading cards like our buddy Chad Holbrook, you might want to go to Gamecock Traditions. When they're gone, they're gone. It's a limited supply, and I just got the notice that mine are shipping. So we're excited about that around here. So head to GamecockTraditions.com. You can also find this hat that I'm wearing here from Ribo, Carolina, and much, much more. GamecockTraditions.com. All righty. Now we get to Raphael Esparza to give us some updated betting odds and more. And fun. Always fun. Hey, man.
Hello. When did trading cards come back in popularity? I mean, we've seen it all over the place. I mean, WWE has cards, UFC, Power Slap has cards in a contract with Topps. I mean, I guess I can get my bike out and put baseball cards back on the spokes again, because I guess it's going to be cool.
Yeah, only the crappy ones though. Like, you don't want to put good cards on your spokes, man.
I used to be a big collector, especially in NBA and NFL cards, and I always tell collectors right now, if you're collecting just to collect, or you collecting to make money, that means if you open up a pack and you have a card that's, maybe you spent that pack for $5 and you get a card that's worth $100, try to make that money now. Don't sit on it, because you never know what could happen. Yes, it could go up, but at the same time, it can go down. So if you're, it's a big thing. It's just like in sports gambling. Are you doing it for fun, or are you doing it to make money?
That's right. I have a friend who he goes to all the card shows. He does all the stuff. He's got, cards you're like, what? You have what? Cards that are worth thousands of dollars and hundreds and so on and so forth. And he certainly makes a living off of it, but he's got he's okay financially. So it's not like he requires this, but he just loves it. And I think it's neat. I still have all of mine. From when I was a kid, and I was looking at Griffey rookie cards and Chipper rookie cards. Kirby Puckett, who was my favorite player when I was a kid. Kirby Puckett was my favorite baseball player when I was little. Loved watching him play.
I got 2 Jordan rookie cards. I had 3 at one time. I have 2.
Well, you know what? My cousin Matt, when we were kids, he bent the original Jordan rookie card of my other cousin Robbie, who happens to be 7 years older than Matt and 9 years older than me. He's like our brother. And Robbie beat the crap out of him.
He should have. I would have probably held him down for him.
Oh, yeah. And it was intentional. It's not like it was an accident. Like, oh, poor kid. No. He was mad about something. And so Robbie beat the hell out of him for bending his Michael Jordan rookie card that today would be worth God knows how much money. So R.I.P. Matt. He's still alive, by the way, but at that point in time, R.I.P. Matt. All right. We're going to try to run the gamut with you here today. First, though, let's start with women's hoops, because South Carolina is trying to win another national championship. They're also, of course, trying to win first the SEC tournament title this weekend, and they've got Vanderbilt today. I've got them at 15.5-point favorites in this ball game and an over-under of 149.5. Now, this tournament is become Carolina's tournament. They were shocked by Kentucky a few years back, but certainly this means something to them. For what it's worth, they did go to Vanderbilt just a couple of weeks ago and beat them 82-54. Raphael.
Yeah, this is one of those ones you kind of want to stay away from, just because now we're in a tournament. So if they're up big, you're going to see them rest. I mean, against the Vanderbilt, yeah, they probably would have done that. But now you're in a tournament style. So, yeah, if you're up by, let's say, 20 points and all that, you can probably pull some of your starters to get some rest, because you know what? You play the next day. So it's totally different than watching a regular season game. It's going to be very interesting tournament. I mean, LSU can get hot, and they can always knock off. You could probably agree. I'm not bashing South Carolina women basketball, but this is not the same South Carolina women's team we have seen in years past. They're vulnerable. They don't crash the boards like I've seen them in the past. So this is a team that you can maybe nip early.
Yeah, that's Ashlyn Watkins going out certainly has been an issue for against the best teams in the country. You're talking about Texas.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying about anyone. I don't think anyone in this tournament, no disrespect to LSU and all these Oklahoma and all that, but I think overall when they start dancing.
Yeah, no, I think it's an excellent point. It's something that people around here are worried about too. And I guess if I've learned anything though, you don't count out Dawn Staley. Do you have odds on? Are there odds right now on Carolina's chances to win the national championship, or no?
We took them down just because I think it's an early game. I think there's a game that starts in an hour and a half, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll refresh those odds as day goes, and then of course when the bracket comes out, we'll refresh those odds again. But I'm sure South Carolina is probably going to be up there with UConn. But don't sleep on the West Coast girls.
No,
South
UCLA,
USC, and USC and UCLA.
Yeah,
can be very big dance crashers.
100% agree with that. Absolutely. I truly actually believe that this year's women's tournament is as open as it's been. I really, in a little while, it's you had, the Vols, and then it went to UConn, and now it's kind of rolled into South Carolina. Of course, I know that there have been other teams who've done nice things, like Notre Dame and Iowa, et cetera, et
Notre
cetera.
Dame's very vulnerable either. If they don't hit their 3 shots, they're very vulnerable.
Yeah, no question. I don't know if y'all have got odds up yet for tomorrow in men's hoops, but I do want to talk about the St. John's Red Storm. They've got Marquette at noon on Fox tomorrow. They're 26-4 under Rick Pitino, and Marquette 22-8 on the season. Look, I'm sure that there's still a ton of folks that just don't care for Rick Pitino. I'm not one of them. I like Rick Pitino. I know that he probably has not been clean his entire career in how he's done things, much like pretty much every other basketball coach known to man. But this dude wins everywhere he goes. And I know, there's coaches that cheat, don't win. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not sitting here saying this guy's cheating, that's why he went. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that, obviously he's had some bumps in the road along the way. Did you happen to see his clip from Jimmy Kimmel, or from what's the other guy's name? Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon, yeah.
Did you see that?
Yes, I saw it, yes.
Then if anybody missed this, it was part of a locker room speech where he basically told his team, you're scared to death. You suck in big moments, and life's about adversity. Get your ass up and punch it in the mouth, essentially what he was saying. I mean, I was like, okay, I'm fired up. Let's go break it, run through a brick wall or vandalize a car, or maybe, climb a light pole, burn down a building, something like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we do to celebrate in America now, at least in Philly. But can St. John's win the national championship?
I mean, I guess they could if everything rolls. I mean, UConn won a national championship a couple of years ago when no one thought they were going to be able to win a championship. They just got red hot in their conference tournament and rolled on it. The only thing that scares me about St. John's, if I'm St. John's, I do not want to play in the East. Get out of the East, because that's all your fan base is going to be there. You're going to be watching your TV clippings and stuff like that. That you're a 4th seed. I have them probably going like a 3rd seed. I don't see them going anywhere higher, even if they win their conference tournament. I don't see them grabbing a 2 spot, because let's face it, their strength of schedule is not good. The conference that they're playing in right now is not good. So I don't see them bumping up to a 2 seed, because South Carolina or SEC is probably going to grab a lot of those 2 seeds. Big Ten are going to grab some 2 seeds. I don't see the committee giving St. John's a 2 seed. So they'll probably be a 3 seed. If they go in the South, I think they can maybe make some noise. If they put them in the East, I don't see them going anywhere.
Okay. So don't bet on St. John's to win the national championship.
I would say bet on them to make it to the Final 4 or Grade 8 or something like that. So you could probably still get plus money when we put odds on that. I just don't. I mean, the SEC, Big Ten, I think some of those teams are just going to be too powerful for St. John's.
All right. There is an odd out on this game. We've got a top 10 matchup in Alabama this weekend.
Yeah, we put those odds out last night.
In basketball. Number 1, Auburn. Number 7, Alabama. This ain't football season. It's basketball season. This is, what these programs have done, and this is why people in my neck of the woods, Raphael, consistently get frustrated, especially after the Final Four run under Frank Martin. They're like, what? Auburn basketball used to be an embarrassment. Alabama basketball was an embarrassment. And year in, year out, you go into the postseason now, and sometimes they get bounced in the first round, but you go into the postseason and it's like, well, these guys have a chance to win a national championship. They do. Both teams legitimately have a chance to win a national championship. Again, if they can get past the first round.
I don't know about Bama, but I'll give you Auburn. I don't know about Bama.
Certainly Auburn. Yeah, there's no doubt. If Bama's not shooting, if they're off a little bit, they'll get beat because they don't play defense. But Auburn's a 7.5-point favorite in the jungle tomorrow at 2:30.
Got bet all the way up to 8 already. And I'm not a fan of Alabama. You said they were embarrassment in basketball. They were embarrassment a couple of days ago when Florida went to their house and beat them on the road. So I'm not sold on this band. I think I said on your show that they were going to win or lose maybe 3 or 4 more times. They can lose Saturday as an 8-point favorite, and they can lose early in their conference tournament. So that would probably wipe them out of a 2 seed and maybe put them in a 3 seed. And that would put them in a tougher region where they could get beat. Because let's face it, any sport, defense wins championship. The last time I watched Alabama, especially against Florida, defense was nowhere to be found. They're like the Indiana Pacers or the Atlanta Hawks in the NBA. If you want to watch defense, change the channel. So I'm not sold on Alabama right now. I think they've been exposed the last couple of weeks. Auburn has no issue winning this. And Les Bruin is still banged up. His back is still banged up. That's why they lost the other day, because he wasn't healthy.
Auburn was defeated in College Station the other night. That was a big win for Buzz. They needed it. They had lost 4 in a row, and they upended the Tigers. But to your point, and how you're spot on once again, Bama has lost 4 of the last 6 games that they've played in, and that includes the first of those 4 losses was against top-ranked Auburn when the Tide hosted them in Coleman Coliseum, gave up 94 points. And like I said, they scored 85, which generally is pretty enough to win in college basketball, but not at Alabama because they give up like 90 a game. So Auburn, let me flip this and rephrase it. Would you be shocked if Alabama went to Auburn and won the game?
No,
just seeing how the SEC's been this year.
It's just a way, and that's why everyone. I know Auburn's the number 1 team, but I don't think they're the best team in the conference. I think the team that went to Alabama the other day and won. I think the Gators are the best team in the conference, and I wouldn't shock if they cut down the nets. And I feel bad if Florida does win it all, cut down the nets, because then Florida is kind of known as a basketball team. Remember back in the day when Joe Cumno and all them, they won all those championships with Billy Donovan in there. So I think they were kind of maybe put an asterisk next to how good SEC was. I think Auburn and Bama, I think they would need to cut down the nets so it could be, wow, SEC was really, really good this year in college basketball. They're still going to get 12 teams in. I don't see 13, but I know that's historic. But what are we going to say? Hey, Big Ten can probably get 10 or 11 teams. And we automatically say, oh, look at the SEC's doing. Don't forget Big Ten is getting double-digit teams this year.
Well, I don't disagree with any of that at all. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you, the team that I will be watching incredibly closely for a couple of reasons. One, because there have been times where you're like, how did that happen? And then others, they get all the way there. Michigan State.
Yeah.
Look.
What Izzo does in tournaments is just, you can't count him out.
Never, and by the way, they're awesome. I mean, they're 25-5. They're 16-3. They won the Big Ten championship last night by beating Iowa 91-84. And tomorrow they've got Michigan. And, so Michigan can't win the title now, but it doesn't matter. They're still Michigan State. Both of these teams think that they have a chance to get all the way to the Final Four. Are there odds up for that game yet?
Not that one. We only put up a couple ones so far early because we had games last night. They were playing on Saturday. So it's teams that didn't play last night and tonight. We kind of pencil in some like Missouri, Kentucky. We have odds out on that one. Missouri, I think a 3-point favorite. I think the total was like 170.5. But don't sleep on, I keep on mentioning this, BYU. They won the other day on the road against Iowa State in overtime. That's a team that, I'm not saying BYU is going to put their bicycle helmets on and cut down the nets in April, but they can beat one of these SEC teams, one of these Big Ten teams, Duke, the St. John's teams. This BYU and St. Mary's can be really buzzkills for your brackets.
All right, you do have Raphael this weekend, they've already. What's today? Is today Friday?
Yeah,
today's
I'm
Friday.
on your show. Today is Friday.
Yeah.
Jeez,
so last night, you already, of course, have conference tournaments ongoing across the country. The West Coast Conference, they're playing right now. The Fun Belt is playing. The Summit League, the Patriot League, the OVC, which is the Ohio Valley, for anybody wondering. The Horizon League, the A-Sun. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff ongoing. Not trying to just, put you on a spot here and really make you spin your gears because we didn't talk before the program this morning. But of all the leagues, that are playing now, the March Madness Cinderella. Is there a Cinderella story from any of these leagues? Is I guess what I'm asking. Somebody who you think, hey, keep an eye on these guys. Once we get in here in the next couple of weeks, once we get into March Madness, this team coming from this league here could surprise a few folks.
I think maybe UC Irvine, the Anteaters. I think they could be a surprising. I already mentioned BYU. I already mentioned St. Mary's, which they were underdogs. They were plus 120 to win a WCC conference. Gonzaga was a favorite, which St. Mary's beat them twice already this year. And Gonzaga lost to Santa Clara this year. I don't understand why they made Gonzaga the favorite. And then I jumped all over St. Mary's in Vegas to win it all. But there's some West Coast teams I think people might be sleeping on, but I'm going to jump back a little bit and talk about tonight's game. There's a big game in the Mountain West, Colorado State and Boise State. I'm not saying this team is a match, but this team right here, Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, all these teams need to watch this because Boise State's probably in right now. But if Colorado State jumps in, that means maybe Mountain West can get another team, and that might wipe out maybe a 13 team coming in the SEC, or maybe a 10 or 11 team coming into the Big Ten, because now Colorado State is on a big road win against Boise. So you have to look at these games now and see, okay, who's on a bubble, who's not on a bubble, who could steal my team coming into the dance.
Colorado State, Boise, 10 o'clock tip tonight on FS1. These two teams, they're staples now. They're in this conversation every year. Nico Medved, the coach at Colorado State, and I agree with you. We began having this conversation a couple of weeks ago on this program when Lenardi put out his bracketology, and at that point in time, the SEC was sneaking 13 teams in, and I agree. And I thought then I don't see it. I think 12's the number, could fall to 11. Texas and Oklahoma, by the way, play this weekend. And that is huge. For
loser goes to NIT. I mean, it doesn't matter what anything else. I think the loser of Texas, Oklahoma, they should have that at the fair as well. But I think they should. The loser goes home and goes to the NIT.
Oh, yeah, or they have to make just a dangerous run through the SEC tournament next week,
which I don't see happening.
Which probably wouldn't happen. How wide open is the SEC tournament?
I think there's maybe maybe 3 teams can probably win it. In my eyes, I only see 2, Florida and Auburn. I mean, I don't see Tennessee doing it. I don't see Alabama just because they play no defense. I just think it's a 2-team. The conference has been really good and some outstanding games. But I think some of those teams will get exposed in the tournament because some teams play really good defense. Some teams guard the 3 ball really, really well. Some of these SEC teams don't shoot free throws well, or don't even go to the free throw line because they're too busy jacking up threes where you can get exposed in the tournament. But it's just, for me, it would not shock me if Auburn or Florida, one of those 2 teams is the national championship game.
All right, going to pivot a little bit here. By the way, quick side note, I was sitting up last night talking to my dear friend, Mr. Michael Flint. We were solving the world's problems generally, as we do after he's had a couple of glasses of red wine. And I had an NHL game on. I'm so glad I did it. I told myself during the 4 Nations stuff, I'm going to watch more NHL. And I was watching the Sharks last night and the Avalanche.
Why are you watching that game?
Well, it was on. It was on.
You could score a goal against San Jose State defense.
It was on. That's what I'm saying. It was on, and I figured I'd watch it. So I just had to, give myself a quick pat. All right. Something that's come up a couple of times this week in college football, Raphael, obviously it's America, and there's 12 months in a year. And during those 12 months, you have a bunch of geeks doing college football stuff. But you're beginning to get a lot of the over-unders and things like that are starting to, well, not that are starting, that have been drifting out. I did do some research, by the way, last year, and just in the SEC, and because we're a South Carolina program, so that's why I did this. But last year, going into the 2024 season, I pulled all the over-unders, the win totals for all 16 teams entering the year, and I did the math. Just 6 of the 16 teams in the SEC last year hit the over. And only one of any of the teams that were projected to win 9 or more games, or let's call it 9.5, hit the over, and that was the Texas Longhorns. Every other team in the SEC that was 9.5 or above, under regular season win totals here. Of course, the two biggest gainers, the Gamecocks from 5.5 to 9, and the Vanderbilt Commodores from 2.5 to 6. That is a 3.5 game swing for you Clemson fans, regardless of the actual wins. Got to do simple math for those folks in the upstate sometimes, Raphael. So I started.
You said that, not me.
Well, I know that, but it's okay. They can't cancel me. I can only cancel myself. So I pulled South Carolina, and I got these came just a couple of days ago from FanDuel. Some people like FanDuel, some people don't like FanDuel, but these came from FanDuel just a couple of days ago. And I was actually a little bit surprised because a couple of weeks ago I saw Carolina at 5.5. FanDuel's got them at 7.5 here in early March.
Yeah, you can probably get away in March putting up, I don't want to say a bad number on teams, but you're going to get, first of all, the limits are probably really, really low because I can guarantee you some people don't even know you can bet college football total season wins right now because we're in March and we should be talking about college hoops. But that if you have a 5.5 and a 7.5, that means those books know their clientele. That means those books are saying, hey, we know South Carolina money comes in all the time at this book, so we're going to make it a little bit higher and make them pay the higher juice or the higher number. The one that has 5.5, okay, maybe we're looking for that over money because I think when down the road when we actually put the correct number, maybe in the late spring or late July, the opposite action will come in. So that just tells me that the books are they know their clientele. They either want that action early because you have all summer long to move that number and get the other side action on it. So when I see that, it just tells me the books know what their clientele is.
Okay. Do they know about the clientele of Missouri, A&M, and Auburn? They're all 7.5 as well.
Missouri is probably one of the least bet football teams, so they could care less what number comes on that one. Just like on Vanderbilt, Vanderbilt gets action, but they're always fading Vanderbilt, so you can make that number high or whatever you want because people are going to get the under money no matter what because people know that Vanderbilt has not been very good except last year in football. So, like I said, the books are just playing it safe, trying to get one side action now. So when a real number hits the boards and the real football money starts coming in, they already have cushion on that one side.
That is a very interesting statement, and I think it answers the question that I was about to ask you because according to FanDuel currently, the highest win total that is projected right now of any team in the SEC, and there are 4 at this number, is only 9.5, and I haven't seen that in I don't even know how long. Tennessee at 9.5, Georgia at 9.5, and then Texas and Alabama. All 4 of them, according to FanDuel right now, the over-under win total is 9.5. Generally speaking, regardless of March or August, it would be 10.5. But it's 9.5. Does that tell you anything other than what you just said?
Parody and NIL and transfer portal has hurt the SEC the last, and I think the bettors and the odds makers are starting to realize that there's no dominant. I mean, Texas can be one of those ones because we have no idea what Manning is going to do in a full season. So I think the biggest question mark in that, and LSU, I can't believe they're 8.5. They should be 7.5. I'm not sold on this LSU team. So it just tells me that there's a more parity in college football right now because of the two things of NIL and transfer portal.
Yeah. We don't know a damn thing anymore about college football until you get about a month into the season and then you start to really kind of figure things out. So, all right. I told you we'd run the gamut. I think we've done that. I'm about out of
People
breath.
need to realize that me and you don't talk before the show. So everyone always tells me like, oh, well, you must have read down a lot of notes and stuff like that. I'm like, we don't.
No.
I say I text you happy birthday, how the kids, stuff like that. Yeah. I saw you got bad weather. Are you okay? Like that's what kind of text me and you do.
Well, but I you know what though? I number one, if you couldn't handle it, we wouldn't do it that way. So that's a credit to you. But it's so authentic. You know, it's not scripted. We don't.
No, I hate scripts. I have shows that tell me you have to read this script or teleprompter, or I have an earpiece on and a producer's telling me what I can and can't say. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I've been there. No thanks. Any weekend hits? Anybody out there? Let's see. You know, I'm looking at the chat box here. Yeah, it's Craig's anniversary. Well, now wait a second here. We might have a new bet for you. Okay, so Craig in our Nana Sports chat box, by the way, this thing's won a ton of awards. We've got the trophies to prove it. Happy 27th anniversary to my beautiful wife. I thought it was yesterday. So odds that Craig lives through the weekend.
If he didn't sleep on the couch last night, or he's making his bed tonight on the couch, I think he's okay.
Fair enough. My my wife's birthday is tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
I'll pass that message along. It would have been better if you sung it, but that's all right.
Is she gonna watch UFC 313 tomorrow? It's really good UFC. I know.
She probably won't. Who's give us the odds on that?
I mean, Alex Pereira is fighting. He's probably the face right now of UFC, and he's minus 110, which you never see that kind of a low number. And Justin Gaethje is on the card, which he's a plus 165 underdog with his two powerful hands. I'm a little bit shocked at the big plus money on that one.
Okay, somebody can win some money there.
I can't believe we didn't talk about John Cena turning heel for the young people who are watching the show. I mean, jeez.
Well,
we didn't talk about that.
And I apologize because Stewart Lake is coming up here in just a minute, and he's a big wrestling guy, so he's probably going to jump on me about that too. I'll wear it.
John Cena minus $2 to beat Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania, and I'll have about at least 100 different ways betting prop bets for WrestleMania.
Okay, when is WrestleMania?
Late April. It's in
April.
Vegas. I'll be there. Yeah, I don't have it. I know they finally moved it out of the way of Final Four. They're always having the same WrestleMania during Final Four weekend. What are you doing, WWE or TKO?
Agreed. Smart. All right. Well, we'll look forward to that. That's quite an event. There's no doubt.
Like to play, Ben. I like his play in the chat. Like to play.
Yeah, Ben's a smart dude. Hey, man, always a pleasure. Love seeing you. Have a wonderful weekend. You and your bride, all the best. We'll see you next week.
Have a good one. Happy
There you
birthday
go.
to your wife.
Thank you, Raphael Esparza. Coach Lake, Carolina baseball, and Carolina softball next.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my
It's the final hour of the work week for me, at least. JC and Phil are coming up next on the show. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and brought to you by our friends at Resto Pros. They are always there when you need them. To the beautiful metropolis of Little Mountain, South Carolina we go, and that is where we find one of the great voices of Carolina baseball, Coach Stuart Lake. But before you say anything, make sure you cut your mic on. That's okay.
It's all technology. I'm figuring it out better. But hey, just right out of the gate, April 19th and 20th, WrestleMania goes to Las Vegas. So I was listening to you guys and wanted to make sure your listeners knew when to tune in.
Well, okay, because I'll be in Columbia that weekend. That's the Ole Miss series and the spring game. And, of course, that's Easter Sunday.
Yeah.
So WrestleMania is on Easter Sunday or Saturday?
It's a 2-day event now, JB. So it's the Cody Rhodes John Cena match y'all talking will probably be the Sunday night. So we play Ole Miss Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I'm excited because Hayden and them will play Friday, Saturday. So he gets to come home. We get to watch WrestleMania on Easter night. So Tracy's super excited about that, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, some of you will probably be watching, like the Passion of the Christ or something. Others, like Coach Lake, will be watching WrestleMania on Easter Sunday.
Yeah, it's never conflicted. I don't like it, but I got to watch it.
You got to watch it. Yeah. That's right. Well, speaking of got to watch it, you got a tough job tonight because you're going to be calling a game in a booth, and you better have that TV in the corner up there going with South Carolina softball. I know that we'll get to baseball here in just a minute, Coach, but I kind of gave a little bit of a deep dive earlier on the Gamecocks all-time versus number 1 and some interesting notes on this series and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, and you work directly and closely with Ashley and with that softball program, this is just so cool. I mean, she's first class, as we all well know. This is a softball program that does have some history. And it's like they've been, they're almost there over the last 10, 12 years or so. And, just haven't really been able to kind of get over the hump. But Coach, they've got number 1 tonight on their turf, and they're a combined 39-0. And if you want to send a message to the softball world that there's somebody else who is stepping up to the plate to compete for championships around here, this is where you do it.
No question. Actually, we had an event Monday night, and she was standing there talking with me and some donors that have really kind of gotten on board for her. And I said, isn't it amazing? Think about game 1. And this is where she laughed at me. I said, if you don't win game 1, you can't win 20 in a row. And thanks, Coach, for making that clear to me. I said, but game 1 was, remember, trailing at home, Virginia. I was telling her I was at my son's game in Jacksonville. I kind of turned my radio off, the phone, and said, we'll get on the next game. And I come back, I see they walk them off. They walk them off again the next day. And since that point, they've had some close games, but they've run ruled most people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's been the thing. I don't know if she or the people around the program expect their offense to be as good as it's been. And I know she's super excited about the pitching because that's kind of her thing. And it's amazing to me, JB, you think back to the Gamecock program you talked about when it was rolling, they may have 1 or 2 pitchers max.
Right. They're
now throwing 4 and 5 pitchers in games. So the game of softball has certainly changed too in the last few years.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And I think too, if you meet Ashley, and I hope that anybody and everybody that's listening to this program has a chance to do that, because you meet her and you're like, she's incredibly sweet and well mannered, and she's younger than I am. So she's the all-American girl, quite frankly, is what she is. But she's tough as nails in the dugout, Coach. And this as well as anybody out there. Everywhere you've been in the country in college baseball, at South Carolina, at the Citadel, as the head coach at Charleston Southern, over at Ole Miss, it is really, really, and maybe a little bit easier now than it was, but I'd say the challenges are just different. It is really, really freaking hard to change a culture quickly, especially one that is not a winning culture. It's hard. And she has made these kids totally buy into the fact that they are good. And it's March and they're 20-0. I mean, I think this is one of the more remarkable stories in college athletics right now.
I think so too. And it's what's been so cool. And you're right. I'm hoping it's getting put in today. We got TV for our Tommy Moody broadcast booth. Derek don't know it, so Derek's probably listening now and going to walk in Sunday and go, what are you doing? But I want a TV. I want to see some other stuff. I get a little bored in there at times, JB, and all I can watch is a replay monitor or look at Mr. Dave Akins to my right. So I'm getting a TV kind of put in there. But the big thing, I want to follow this softball team. All I do now is put it on my phone. And as Ashley and I talked away from anybody the other night, I told her, and that she always does lean on Coach Tanner. I remember when we were 2000 in that undefeated streak, and we were rolling, but we had to go to Auburn to reach the record, and we were 19-0 going to Auburn. And I just remember Coach Tanner helping the guys, helping us as coaches reset our mindset to let's win this series. Let's not go over here and think we got to go undefeated. Let's go win the series. We were able to hit a huge home run late in the Sunday game and sweep them. That propelled us on to whatever it was back then. We went on to go 22-0 before we lost the Sunday game to Florida. But I told Ashley, that's the main thing. Don't go over here this weekend and think if we lose a game that it was a failure. You're going there to win the series.
Right.
And if they come out of there with a series win, holy cow, you're right. The college softball world's got to take notice. If they come out of there with a win, it's a huge statement because you're on the road.
Yeah.
We knew, me and her, when we started looking at fundraising and things for them, how to travel. Believe me, she knew she was going to Oklahoma to kick off SEC play. I tried to make it a little light, and I said, well, at least you'll know leaving there where you're at, because it's not like you're playing the bottom place team in the league and fool yourself. You're going to leave there this weekend knowing, and your girls will know who they really are. And you got to be prepared for that to go either way. And I know she's really good at doing that.
Yeah, and I applaud her for challenging her group, taking them to Duke this past weekend. Of course, they swept the Blue Devils. Now, this is going to be a different animal. This is a totally different animal. It's a different team. It's going to be a different atmosphere. This is the pinnacle of the sport. They've won 4 straight national championships. Carolina, by the way, how good is Oklahoma? And this is I'm built. We're not building them up. They built themselves up. We're just re-exposing the numbers here. But you talked about. You want to know where you stand against the best of the best? Well, last year, South Carolina had a decent season. It's not where they want to be, but they had a decent year. They got into the postseason. They finished the year 36-24. Decent, right? Okay. Since 2019, Oklahoma has played in every national championship. They lost it in 19. There wasn't one in 2020, and they've won every one since. So they played in 5 straight national championship games. During those seasons, since the beginning of February 1st of 2019 to now, right here, today in 2025, Oklahoma has lost 25 games total. That is one more than Carolina lost all of last year. So you're going to know exactly where you stand against the best team in the sport. And I mentioned earlier, and I'm doing this because it's a stat, not because I'm predicting it's going to continue, but one of the more remarkable stats that I've really ever seen, to be frank. Carolina's 0-8 all-time versus SEC teams ranked number 1 at Tennessee, at Alabama. They were 0-2 in Knoxville in 07, lost a game to rain up there. 0-3 in Tuscaloosa in 08. They got swept by the Tide at home in 2011. Ashley Chastain pitched game 2, by the way, and actually pitched very well, only gave up 3 runs. But the crazy stat is in those 8 games, they've never scored a run, Coach. They've been outscored 40-0. I think that's going to change tonight, and I got a feeling it's going to change early.
I do too. And what it shows you too, softball, obviously you and I talk baseball all the time, but softball is clearly dominated by their pitching. Yeah. And that tells you what kind of, not only in those games, how our offenses struggle, but at Oklahoma, I mean, you know, I tried to tell Ashley when she got here and she's learning me a little bit. I grew up in Newberry County, and growing up as a kid here, church league fast pitch softball men was a big deal. That's all that I knew growing up beside baseball was going to watch, you know, there was church league, but it was competitive as heck. And then she loves to laugh when I told her the king in his court would come down to Capital City Stadium and the guy would like throw from second base fast pitch and strike people out. I said, you got to understand, fast pitch softball has always been a big deal in our state too. And as she's kind of embraced that. Yeah. Because you think a lot of times with a women's sport, well, let's attract the women. Well, in this state, that's why there's so many men involved with fast pitch softball with their daughters. I can name off guys, you know, Brian Jeffco, Garris Gons, Brian Triplett, Matt Riddle. They all have girls, and they're all involved with softball. So I've helped her, and I hope it'll help. I know they've been great to become new donors and members of her Diamond Club, which has just really helped them travel first class and do things. I've just been cool to me to watch everyone in our state. And as you said, I don't know if enough people know how good a season they're having, to be honest.
Well, we're going to continue to do our part around here. We're not going to spin our wheels talking about seventh string safeties and who's going to replace the water boy and stuff like that next year. We're going to talk about what has earned this, and they've earned it. This is what it's all about this weekend in Norman. Number 9, South Carolina. It's a huge weekend, by the way, in college softball. Top 5 matchup going on in College Station as well. Next weekend, fans, and I would suggest you, regardless of what any result of any of these games are this weekend, sweep, get swept, salvage, win 2, whatever. 16th ranked Georgia will be in town next weekend. Carolina baseball, of course, will host 13th ranked Oklahoma next weekend. It's a huge weekend on campus. So if you're looking for things to do in the spring with your family, buy tickets to both and go watch them play. This is they've earned it. So excited for that. Tonight, you got Carolina baseball. Morehead State is in town. The final non-conference weekend of the year, not non-conference games, non-conference weekend of the year, Coach. The concern, though, is the injury front. Kennedy Jones is expected to play. He's expected to go. Dalton Mayshore is not going to go, and neither is Talmadge LeCroy. So let's start with the catching position. We got another injury the other night. Gavin Brayland, who is the second-ranked catcher in the state of North Carolina that Monty signed last year for this program, I think has a chance to grow up and be a pretty good player. I like him a lot, and I liked him even more after he slid into the concrete in a dugout you know quite well down at the Joe and held on to the baseball for an out. But he does have a high ankle sprain. So the Gamecocks are down 2 catchers going into the weekend. But most importantly, I think they're down their leader in Talmadge LeCroy.
I do too. And I joked the other night, and a joke is probably not the right word, but a week ago you got 4 catchers, and by the end of the Citadel game, as a coach, you're asking guys, hey, did you ever catch?
Yeah, right.
Because you got to realize what happened the other night when Gavin Brayland got hurt. We were already DHing Max Coffer. He had been pinch hit for.
Right.
So when Ryan Bakes came in the game, there was nobody else, as far as I know, in that dugout that had ever caught at the college level. Talmadge was not available. So the rest of that game, you're going, man, if he gets hit by a pitch or something happens to him, who's going to catch? So I guarantee you on that bus ride back, they were trying to either draw straws or flip coins or whatever. You're going to have somebody else, because Coach has told us with Talmadge's injury, he hasn't put a timetable on. So I don't know when Talmadge will be back. The good thing, he's in the dugout. He traveled to Citadel the other night, had his thumb splinted up. Hopefully it'll be a quick recovery to get him back in, as you said, Oklahoma here next week. And then Gavin Brayland, high ankle sprain, that term scares me more than anything, because as you know, that can take weeks to come back. It makes you go, whew, glad it wasn't a break. Because if you saw the play, and I know you did, I turned away.
Yeah.
I mean, the way he hit, I've coached there so many times, never seen anyone hit that concrete lip.
Me neither.
And the way he hit it was, I wasn't watching the TV version, but I would not have watched the replay for him to hang on to it, then stand up. He was trying to fight to stay in the game. I knew there's no way he would, but at least that made you feel good. He left there that night on crutches, so he didn't have to leave and go to a hospital. So I certainly hope he's back because, as you said, I think he's brought us a lot of energy. And I think he had really give Coach, another option behind the plate beside Ryan Bakes or Coffers. But I think you have to decide. And I think we just see Bakes tonight behind the plate.
Yeah, I do too. And he'll probably catch two, and I'm sure Coffer will catch one, and they'll continue to kind of I've fractured my thumb. The good thing with, I guess, well, it's not good, but I guess, at least Talmadge's is on his right hand. Have I ever shown you that, by the way? Normal thumb.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is from when I did it. Look at this. I could tee off with that thing. You kidding me?
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mark Bookman. Coach Book. Mark Bookman saved my career when I broke that thing. But it's a fractured thumb. You don't kick in this sport. You have to throw it. So that's a little bit of a problem, and it's a problem holding a bat. The Braylon play, let me tell you, I've been waiting to talk to you about this because I thought it was indicative of this team, what happened after he hit that wall. And you just said it. He stood up, didn't want anybody to help pick him up, wanted to stay in the game, didn't roll around on the field, and it was like, no. Like I'm finally earning some time out here. I'm not giving it up now.
Yeah.
And I think that is a blanket mentality based on getting to know Coach Maneri, obviously knowing Monty, that they have reestablished in this program. Now, you still got to go play baseball. You still got to hit. You still got to field it. You still got to throw it. You still got to catch it. You still got to pitch. You got to do all the things it takes to win games, Coach. But when you got that extra edge across your entire group, that generally accounts for a couple of wins you maybe weren't expecting. And so trying to draw a positive from that injury the other day, maybe it's a little indicative of how this team is going to scratch and claw throughout the season.
No, I definitely do. I'd share with you off the air something Coach Maneri's already has made clear to me as a guy that, if I ever get to coach again, or really you can just use in life, he will never look ahead. Like I'll catch him on something. I'll say, hey, when we did, oh no, Stewart, let's just focus on today. And it started to make me realize there's a reason this guy's the winningest active coach. That's just not happened since he got to South Carolina. I've talked to people that knew him. He's really about the moment. Mm-hmm. And that's why he'll probably handle this way better than maybe I could have. Coach Tanner and I were traveling together that day, so he'd probably handle it better than I would, because he said he can stay more locked in on the moment than maybe any guy we've met in this coaching business. And he's going to have to do that with this team because of what you said. The lineup keeps changing. We had our sixth two-hole hitter the other day.
Yeah.
You just don't see the two-hole have to be adjusted that much. Now, I think we're kind of settling in to obviously Nathan Hall and Ethan Petra. They're not moving, but that's it. So, he's still trying to figure out, is it Evan Stone? He had a great game the other night. I don't know. He may run him back out there tonight. Probably will a little bit with some injuries. He threw some guys in there, Max Coffer and KJ Scobie already up to the 5 spot. And he had a great night, I thought, offensively. But he's the guy that can handle all this changing. You got to understand, Coach Tanner didn't change the lineup.
No.
I can probably still tell you our lineups from seasons. And I was the guy that wasn't in it would come to and would say, hey, how do I get in the lineup? And I would go to coach for him. He'd say, hey, tell him this, and this. But here was the deal. Coach Tanner will tell you this. He wanted to keep the guys comfortable that were playing. It was mine and Tolman and everybody else's job to keep the guys that weren't playing happy. He didn't go out of his way to make them miserable, but you knew the lineup. You knew who was playing barring injuries. And when it changed on us, sometimes, as Coach said, that might have been a weakness of how we sometimes worried. Coach Maneri has been great at just focusing on tonight's game against Morehead State and then he'll focus tomorrow on the Saturday game, then Sunday, and that's why the guy has won so many games.
Yep, and he, if I learned anything, I had a conversation with him in the preseason. He does not want to have to walk out there every night and write a different lineup. No. He's very much like, these are the guys I want to play, but they've not been afforded that opportunity. Some guys haven't performed, and they're capable of it. And obviously the injuries that we have learned in the last few days, they've really actually been dealing with these things all season. We just didn't really know much about it, Coach. So I do think, there's people are right to be concerned about a couple of things. There are some positives from the last couple of ball games, or even dating back to late last weekend, that I've drawn, and I'll be interested to see, what it looks like this weekend and moving forward. Let's talk about Henry Kasmar for a second. As you know, he told you the same thing, and Coach Maneri said to me point blank, that's my shortstop. Period. The end. That was it. There was nothing else to talk about. We brought him in to play short. He's going to play short. He's good. I thought a couple of games ago, Kasmar had let the offense get to the defense.
Yes.
He just looked like he was thinking out there instead of reacting and doing what he's done a million times in his career. On the flip side of that, though, I also feel like he's put some better swings on it offensively. Will that translate in the SEC? Will it not, Coach? We'll find out. We're not going to – it's baseball. But that's my opinion, and I wanted to get your opinion on what you've seen out of Henry, especially dating back to the Clemson series till now.
Yeah, I certainly feel he's a shortstop. He does things defensively that I don't think we have anybody else that can do that. Jordan Carrion's really good with the glove, but I don't think he matches up to that. But I'm going to take what I think it was Drew Meyer. So how about my lineup the other night? I don't know if you listen to radio. I led off in the second inning with Drew Meyer, who's always going to lead off for me, because then I followed with Blake Cooper, and then it was cool. We had Asher Wojciechowski, who I coached at Citadel, pitched against Blake Cooper in a 2010 regional game here that could have went either way.
Yeah.
So it was cool to get them in. But Drew said something that only Drew can make seem so simple, and I'm going, you're right. He goes, I think a guy like Kasmar is going to be better when he gets into SEC play, because the talent and the pitching will stay here. He made such a great point. He goes, no offense to anybody else, but you played Sacred Heart, and then you play Queens, and Winthrop's good. So I'm not throwing Winthrop in there at all. Those guys won a game on the road at Oklahoma State this week, which I think they're really good. And that's, by the way, why we're playing Morehead State, because that's where Mike McGuire was when this was scheduled. So if you go, how in the world do you get Morehead State on the schedule? That was it. Mike McGuire wanted to come back here, play at South Carolina. Then he took the job at Upstate a couple years ago, and it had already just been a deal. So, but the talent pitching, there's nights. Kid the other night was throwing, one of those teams we played was throwing a 62-mile-an-hour changeup.
I know.
So I'm excited. I hope these guys realize that the numbers before SEC mean a lot, because they help you when you get in. It's hard to hit in the SEC. Believe me, Ethan Petrie knew I better hit now to have those numbers, because this is really think you're going to do it. But I just thought when Drew said that, my light bulb went off that I think you're right. I think that dude's going to get in league play. He came to South Carolina to play in the SEC. We hadn't even played in it yet.
Right.
So now Clemson, I hate to ever give them too much credit, but they're pretty good. So that showed you a lot of things. It showed you what we got to do. We were a one-run game in every game, going to the 8th inning, I think, of those. So that helps. But, I think with him at him at short, and I got ahead of myself because, man, I like Bo Hollins at first. Now, Ethan Petrie, he might like first. So Ethan might be like, dang, I got to go back and battle the sun and all that stuff. I don't know. But I've kind of liked this lineup when you start throwing Bo Hollins in there. And I would love to just see the same lineup if no injuries happen this weekend. You may just roll the same one out you did the other night. You know what? You had 13 hits and scored 9 runs, played in a tough environment in a tough park. I wouldn't be shocked just about to see the same thing roll out unless you want to get Kennedy Jones back involved as a DH.
Yep, no question. We're going to talk a lot about Bo here in just a second as well, and Ethan and more. We do need to hit a quick timeout. It was Well, I was listening. I bother you the whole time when you're up there trying to work. I'm just sitting there texting. I'm looking at school. I'll text that to Coach Lake. But I did talk to Coop yesterday morning, and I said, look here, all right, I don't know how many times we need to go over this, but everything isn't unbelievable, Blake. Some things are actually believable. You don't have to say this is unbelievable, and that's unbelievable, and he's unbelievable. Oh, I didn't say that. I said, bull crap. Go back and listen to the tape. Everything was unbelievable. We believe it. But that's just because Blake doesn't have any media training. Drew's a pro. And by the when he said that, that when we were at where were we a couple weeks ago, Coach? Tin Roof. That not to give away the farm here, but I was talking to Drew about something very similar that night, about transfers and where they come from and what they're capable of and all this. And he said something very similar to me, and I looked at him and I was like, well, I hope you're right. He said, and he you know how Drew speaks, he goes, well, I know I'm right because I lived it. I hated playing against some of these midweek teams. I'm like, golly, throw me a freaking fastball, man. And then we all know what Drew Meyer did in the SEC for 3 straight years at South Carolina. Some of these guys, that's just what they want to see.
Yeah.
To your point.
Well, it is. Well, it's just this consistent. You hear it all the time, through guys that get in pro ball. It's hard to hit an A ball because you guys throwing 98 behind your head, 98 through the other batter's box. You work your way to AA, and all of a sudden they're getting polished. If you're fortunate enough to keep moving on AAA and Major League, of course it's hard to hit, but you're getting it put in you're not worried about things that you're worried about at rookie ball with a guy who's throwing 100 and has never hit the catcher's mitt. So it's and it's not it's true. And I say this in a way, you get into SEC play, you don't feel like you're supposed to go 2 for 3 or 3 for 4. You're now focused on that big number, which is runs. And I think that's when you see so many good things happen for hitters.
Yeah, you can throw hard, but if you don't know where it's going, I'm good. I'll just you can take me out of the lineup today, Coach. Yeah. I'm fine. Yeah. All right, we will step aside for a quick timeout. Tomorrow it's going to be 77 degrees, and there's not expected to be a cloud in the sky. It's probably going to be the best day all year long for baseball here in the great state of South Carolina. But if you're not going to be at a game and you like to be active while you're listening to Stewart Lake and Cade Crenshaw call it on the radio, then go see Michelle and her team at Electric Bikes of Charleston and cruise around. You could go up to 28 miles an hour. You're listening to Coach Lake talk about 25, 26 miles an hour, and you're going 28 miles an hour, cruising on the beach. Maybe you're going to go up in the Midlands and right around the Congaree National Park, or maybe you're going to be in the upstate or wherever you're going to be. It doesn't matter. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. The Wilkins family are big-time supporters of Gamecock Athletics in multiple ways, and they're supporters of our programming, but most of all, they're supporters of all of you. They got a great store. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. We will step aside. We'll get more into the Gamecocks with Coach Lake, and we'll tee you up for tip-off in 28 minutes. Dawn Staley and her girls get going against the Vanderbilt Commodores in the upstate. Hang tight. The morning show will be right back.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com.
What's up, Gamecock fans? This is Ethan Petrie from Land O'Lakes, Florida. Go Cox.
It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while. Just smile. Just taking some clean, fresh air for get inside. If the weather's fine and you got the time, it's your chance to wake up and plan another brand new day. Either way, it's a beautiful morning.
It is a look at that, Coach. Look how beautiful this state is. That campus right there. My cousin Hadley, a junior at Bishop England, an all-star basketball player, all region this year, is touring campus today. And it is our hope that she chooses to become a Gamecock like she was born to do. She only has one choice, so she makes the wrong choice. No, I'm just kidding. She can do whatever she wants. Hope she gets a basketball scholarship. So not probably not Carolina, but somewhere. So Hadley, if you're listening, enjoy campus. It sure is beautiful. And watch out for those little white machines that deliver food. One of them almost ran me over a couple of weeks ago. Those little Uber Eats cars. Have you seen those, Coach?
Yeah, they've almost, between that thing almost hitting me and all these guys riding around and girls on those scooters, I'm kind of scared to walk out of the building. And it's like I'm in a Star Wars movie with so much stuff flying around, and it's crazy. And now that it's warm, I just kind of try to hunker down once I get to the rice and go my back ways around to Founders and not run over somebody or get run over.
Where did Coach Tanner, where did they move his office? Because he made it sound like he was put on like the 4th floor of the basement. He said, I'm not an idiot.
I can't divulge the address because he wouldn't give it to me for years, it felt like. And finally, one day I had a former player of mine, Brian Jeffcoat, came and said, let's go get Coach Tanner, take him to dinner. And Brian wanted to have a little fun. He's got one of those, he and his brother Brandon have the Tesla truck, whatever that thing's called. It's cool as heck. So we go pick Coach Tanner up in it. Christy gave me the address, and that thing has a speaker on it where you can put in like a song. So as Coach Tanner came out the door to go to lunch with us, we had like La Cucaracha, however you say that, playing loudly over the speaker. He turned around and walked back in. And then he came back out. He said, what are we doing? So, no, he's over on Divine. That's an awesome office setup that he's got. And, I miss him upstairs.
Yeah,
I really do, because it was just fun for me, not only to go up and ask stuff with the job, but we could just go up and we talked about people so much, like we're saying this and that. So, I missed him there, but no, he's got a beautiful setup over there on Divine. So he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he's doing all right. Yeah, he Jamie, I'm not the AD anymore. I said, what's your point?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't have that, the nice office anymore. I'm like, I don't think that they're going to shove Coach Tanner in a locker in the basement of some dilapidated building. I don't think that's going to go over very well. I don't care if you're the AD or not.
No, that certainly didn't happen. And I know Jeremiah has leaned on Coach Tanner a lot as well. He should have.
He should.
It's been shows why he's smart, because he went to a guy that had been here for not only 12 years AD, 16 years coaching. I mean, he's been here forever. So really smart to do. And he has. And it's exciting to see the new things that are coming through it too.
Yeah. Well, if you want to get a good read on a human being, get Coach Tanner to take a look at him real quick. I'll tell you all you need to know. Yeah. Again, a reminder tonight, 10, don't tune in at 10:30. It'll probably be over. It might not be. 7:30.
Sometimes it's not.
7:30 first pitch tonight for softball on SEC Network Plus. If you're going to be sitting on your Palm Casual furniture, it's my wife. I know I drive her nuts. Tomorrow's her birthday, and I love her dearly. But she still has to put up with the same crap, multiple TVs going, and then you got the radio on. Nobody could ever figure me out, especially the fringe fans. Coach neighbors will open the gate. They come in the back. Are you listening to the radio? Yeah. Are you watching the TV? Mm-hmm. How do you do that? Man, quit asking questions. You're not asking the right questions. You need to be asking who's winning the game or am I hungry? Right. Those are the only questions I'm interested in. So tonight and tomorrow and Sunday, you've got a lot to pay attention to with Carolina baseball, Carolina softball. And then on Sunday, a reminder, women's basketball maybe will be tipping off for an SEC title again. So you're going to need 3 TVs, and you're going to need your Palm Casual furniture. A quick note that we've not passed along, anybody that maybe has missed how scorching hot she has been. Ari Rhodey has homered in 5 straight games for Carolina softball in 6 of the last 7. A 6th straight game with a home run tonight might just be enough to win it. We'll see. But certainly looking forward to that. And also looking forward to 21 minutes from now on ESPN, Dawn Staley in South Carolina will tip off against Vanderbilt. They beat the Commodores by 28 points a couple of weeks ago, and they're looking to advance to the semifinals tomorrow. So ladies first around here today, Coach. All right, back to baseball here. Let's talk about the pride, or one of them, one of the pride players of the Midlands of the great state of South Carolina, and that is Bo Hollins. And we had a chance to talk to Grayson about Bo yesterday, who knows Bo very well, as you obviously know.
Mm-hmm.
But while Grayson certainly will want to protect his dude, Grayson will be very honest and eloquent with what he's got to say, and he sees it and he gets it. Bo is 5 for his last 10 in ball games. He had 3 hits against the Dogs the other night, 1 for 4 against Davidson, and then he had that hit against Gardner-Webb. What are you seeing out from him offensively?
Yeah. Well, it's hard to be a switch hitter. So let's realize that means they're good ones. I would say the guys that do that are mentally, like Landon Powell and those guys, they're special dudes that can do all that. What I see, and I never want to jinx a guy either, what I see in Bo Hollins is kind of what I saw watching Drew Meyer and Landon Powell's careers starting. Don't get wrapped up in, somebody going, well, he's hitting this or he's hitting that. He needs consecutive at-bats, and I know that's what Coach Maneri's thinking too, is do I just go all in on this and put Ethan back in right field and leave him at first? When I say that, we've not had a discussion, but I can tell as a coach that's in his mind because he's running him out there so much now. And I think he helps you defensively. I love left-handed first baseman.
No doubt.
Because of just the way they can feel the ball, and it seems things happen to a left-handed first baseman. My favorite one to ever get to watch play was a guy I had at Ole Miss named Stephen Hitt. Left-handed first baseman, closer for us. And I told myself then, if I can ever get to choose between a left-handed first baseman and a right-handed, I'm going right-handed. Now, Christian Walker would suplex me for saying that because he's so good. But I love those left-handed first basemen. And, tell you what Coach Maneri thought about the other night. He threw them right there in the middle of the lineup. You had 3 freshmen hitting, in the middle of that. And that Citadel game on the road is always a hard game. And what Russell Triplett and Beck and Coach Kitts and those guys are doing down there, it was cool to be there, to see their energy and get to see them really appreciating what they're getting an opportunity to do. But Bo Hollins is a guy. Now, I got to watch him as he grew up. Obviously, I was a kid when his dad was playing. I knew Dave Hollins as a player here watching as a kid because my uncle and Coach Raines, and we'd go to so many games, and then to watch his success in the big leagues with the Phillies, and then to get to see. I was in the locker room. We were in the weight room when Dave Hollins came back with his little kids. It was Bubba and Bo, and said, hey, we're going to move back here. He was scouting at the time. Where should we go? And I don't know how he flipped his coin. It was like Lexington, River Bluff. We weren't sure. Bonnet and those guys got really lucky because he chose to go to River Bluff. He'd had tremendous success. He went to Coach Hucks at Lexington too. And then I got to just watch him. through fall leagues and camps and different things. And I didn't know if he'd ever get here. I'll be honest with you. I didn't think he'd ever play college. I thought he was going to make that jump, get drafted. And he went through some arm issues that I'm not too sure he wouldn't have been drafted as a pitcher higher than his opportunity came as a hitter. And he just took himself out of all that last year and said, I'm going to be a Gamecock. And I'm going to see what it goes. And, man, he's just a guy. I think he's going to be playing here. I don't think we'll see him but about 3 years, because I do think the opportunity will come up in a couple of years to make that decision to go to pro baseball like his dad and his brother did. But right now, if Coach texts me and said, who you want to see, I want to see him just in at first base. I want to see Ethan in right field and see what this lineup starts to develop.
Yeah, he's I from an at-bat standpoint, I'm sitting here trying to look at I was trying to pull up from the Citadel game the other night what counts was he hitting in.
Yeah.
And obviously in the ninth, he hit the first pitch he saw in the left center. You almost called it the other night. And actually, I'm going to give you some credit. Let's just say that you were right, because he hit it to the graveyard part of Riley Park. But I when you said that, you coach, you've been coaching in this game for 25 years, basically. Yeah. You get a feel for these things. You really do. Let me ask you this, JB. Where did Drew Meyer hit his first home run? Yeah, halfway up the light pole in right field out there. Yeah.
Where did Landon Powell hit his first home run?
Was it in Charleston? It wasn't in Charleston.
Yeah.
Was it in Charleston?
He was over. Landon had gotten kind of thrown in. Remember, Timmy Whitaker had that great year. Mm-hmm. But Landon Powell was the first guy to ever come in the middle of the year. The Yankees were signing him middle of the year. Major League Baseball put a kibosh on it, or he would have never got to South Carolina.
Right.
So then when he does, he's already graduated. He comes to us, and he starts out, Landon would tell you, it was over. And Coach throws him in one of those games down there. Maybe it's Old Dominion. Felt like we played Old Dominion, the Citadel, and somebody every year down there. And Landon hit one in the river, and then it was done. Timmy Whitaker went on, had a great year, hit 20-plus home runs, but Landon became Landon. So I'm just sitting there the other night going, man, if I think this guy compares to those guys and as he's developing, how cool would it be for him to hit his first here? And as you see, he hit it 398 feet into that graveyard of center field with the wind blowing.
Yep.
Otherwise, that ball's out of there for sure. So I think I'll go out on a limb and say if he gets to about 12 or 14 at-bats this weekend, we're going to see a home run out of Bo Holland for sure.
Well, I hope so. Well, that ball would have been out in Columbia. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Certainly
been out at most places we play.
These guys, Coach, it's really hard for folks who've never been in these type of shoes to understand. And I'm not trying to speak down to anybody in any way, shape, or form. That's not what I'm doing here. It is hard when you've been the dude, and the guys you just mentioned, Drew and Landon, and let's be careful because I don't want people to think that we're going to compare Bo Hollins to any of these superstars yet. You got to earn that. And Bo knows that, but when you've been the dude in high school, those guys, Justin got off to a rough start at South Carolina. A lot of people forget that. It was Coach Tanner had to have a conversation with him, and he got going. But these guys were superstars, and part of the thing, Coach, as you know, as you recruited them, part of the thing that makes them superstars is they embrace it. They don't the atmosphere around them, the team that they're playing on, the situation at hand. That's just part of it. They don't look at it any differently. So when they get up to this level, in college, playing in the best league in the country, their expectations don't get any lower just because they're on a better club. They raise their expectations. They put more pressure on themselves. And sometimes it actually takes a little bit of time, I've learned, for dudes to kind of it's like bath water. Like when I bathe my kids and they got soap, you can't see the bottom after about 2 minutes, right? You gotta empty the drain, put some fresh water in there, and all of a sudden everything clears up again. And that's sometimes what it's like for these young guys who have such talent like he does and high expectations.
Yeah, and then on top of it, believe me, he knows everyone knows his dad. There's an extra pressure to that when your dad was a guy that played here, the success he had, the big leagues, all the type things he did. So I think he handles that very well. But yeah, he has that. You know, I hadn't compared him to Smoke because I thought that'd be unfair. But, I mean, body-wise, he has that same look, that left-handed first baseman. If he can continue to develop physically like Justin did throughout his 3 years, he's got a chance to have some big-time success.
I thought that was, just on a side note, I thought there was an article when Josiah was a freshman at South Carolina coming in that was comparing him to Smoke, and it even went as far as to mention the same number, wearing number 12. And I remember going, oh, no, that is not fair to that kid. That is not fair to that kid. You don't do that. You let these guys earn that. But anyways, so Bo Hollins, you're right, is going to be in the lineup. Moving Petrie back out. Let's talk about the rotation here, Coach.
Yep.
We're going to get the same rotation that we got last weekend. Do you have I want to be careful how I ask it because I don't need a phone call from Maneri going, well, you think you know the rotation better than I do, huh? But do you have a humble opinion based on what you've seen and what you know health-wise are all healthy about maybe how this thing, regardless of what it looks like this weekend, the best version of this weekend rotation and what it could look like moving into SEC play?
I'll be honest, I have none. We got back so late Wednesday night. I think I got back home, honestly, about 1:30. I know they were tired yesterday. I had to be on the road doing some stuff. I haven't talked to baseball besides me and Billy texting. I did think if the move was going to start happening to change your rotation, it would have started this weekend because you just don't want to ever make somebody jump and lose days. That stuff happens enough with Thursday. So I thought we might have saw McCoy jump on Friday night and maybe move Eskew up. The coaching staff knows way more than we do about what they wanted to do. But here's the thing that we got to realize too. You might realize how guys set up your bullpen too. And they may feel just really comfortable that Becker stay in that role so that the bullpen stays in their roles. Because from what we're seeing is Becker's giving you quality starts. His start last week was shorter because the pitch count got up at Clemson because the guy refused to call any strikes.
Jeez.
But McCoy gave you that 6+ innings Eskew. So you may feel that those two on the back end of your bullpen sets up better, or on your starters set up better for your bullpen. They may feel like that. I'm not sure. I would certainly be guessing because you know me, I don't talk a lot of pitching with guys. I'm typically talking to Coach Maneri or Monty about the hitting and stuff like that. But as a head coach and the mindset of that, that's where I got a feeling is that they're feeling good. But I did think we might have saw a little change. When we didn't, I'd be hard pressed to think you go in the next week and make a change because of losing the rest and the days as you play Oklahoma.
Yeah, I'm with you. And let's be clear, these are the three best starters. I mean, these guys, they deserve to be out there. I'm a huge Matthew Becker fan. I'm with you. I thought in the midst of that entire circus that was going on in the upstate last Friday, and that's not sour grapes. Clemson beat South Carolina 3 straight times. That's what happened.
Well, he was doing it to their pitcher too. That's what I kept telling everybody. It wasn't I'm going to show it to Matthew Becker. No. I mean, it was
terrible.
Yeah, it was a bad umpire game.
Yeah, Greg Street needs to get out of his own way and call some strikes. I mean, that was embarrassing. I mean, but matter of fact, there were times where I thought it was worse for Clemson, and then he'd even it the next inning.
He evened it up. Yeah,
I was like, well, I don't know, this guy just sucks. But the thing with Becker, and I two couple of quick points here, Coach. Number one, I do truly believe in understanding kind of the old school mentality / new school, but a lot of the old school stuff that Coach Maneri has made him so great. He's going to give Matthew Becker a chance to get the ball on Friday night again. Go out there and show him. And it's exciting for me to watch this young man pitch his senior year on Friday nights in that ballpark. But the other thing is the strike zone. That's where this comes into play. That's a little murky. And I Phil, I see your note there. Y'all can pop in, have at it. And yes, Smoke went to hated Stratford High School, a bunch of imbeciles out there. You know, you don't talk to people from Stratford. Smoke, Weeders, none of them. But Coach Becker needs the corners. You know, he's not throwing 98, he's throwing 91, and so he's got to get the corners, and then generally it'd be better, right, if he can get the bottom half of the strike zone, but bottom or top, either way. He's got to get a complete good strike zone, I think, for him to really be the special kid that he's capable of being sometimes. So we're probably going to see this more often down the road when he's pitching. That's going to be something to pay attention to, is exactly, are they giving you corners or not?
Well, that's why, and you remember Coach Maneri said at first he really wanted Matthew Becker in that relief role. He talked about that from the very beginning. I think he's the most important pitcher on our staff because he can start, he can do long relief, he can close. Here's the cool thing about closing. Umpires late in the game call strikes most of the time. They're relaxed. They're into the game. The starters get squeezed way more than relievers. And I've always noticed that because umpires come out. What kills me, college umpires, they come out and do the calisthenics right before the game. God forbid you do like a pro umpire and come out and stretch and get loose before the game. But you're not going to be able to not see it now that I brought that up to you. Is every game.
Oh my God!
Go do the old, JC, the old arms rotate, and they touch their toes. They don't know that their legs are bent like that. So I just say, hey man, don't do all this. I've said it to umpires, like, you guys do something behind the wall, stretch out, run a sprint, hurdler stretch. Don't come out here and do that stuff. People laugh at you, but I would love to see Becker in that closer role also because hitters swing later in the game. You don't have to be as fine as a reliever when you're Matthew Becker. He's got 3 pitches. Most relievers don't. That's why they're relievers. They have 2. So if he ever ended back in that role, and I'm going to tell you right now, Matthew Becker don't care what day he throws on.
Yeah,
he sits around with me. He just wants to pitch. He wants to win. The guy came back to go to Omaha. He wants to have a chance to win. But I do want to tell you, I know we're getting short on time. Jarvis Evans impressed me the other night.
Yeah.
He was a guy. Now, he threw 84 pitches, so he's probably not a part of this weekend. But he looked like a veteran dude. You got to get lucky in transfers. I ain't too sure we didn't that wasn't a talked about guy that transferred, but he might be a dude that really helps you.
What was it that impressed you the most with his stuff?
I use this term. He just breathes. That's why I love Brandon Stone. He came in last Friday. It looked like he was having fun. When you watch guys having fun, they're not taking deep breaths. They're not doing all the stuff. They just look comfortable. Evans looked comfortable. Remember, Siddle gets a triple, diving play. He don't show any body language. He backs up third, comes in. Next guy hits a sac fly. You know what? Good. They don't score again. I'm looking at they don't score again, because of him. That guy impressed me. That's what older guys are supposed to look like. Guys that pitched in the SEC, did at Georgia. I think that's a guy that when we're sitting here in a few weeks, I think he's going to be a big part of some stuff that's going on. And I love left-handed pitchers.
Yeah.
He's got 3 pitches and he's left-handed.
Well, Coach, you were a part of a team, 3 years ago? I don't even think we had one left-handed pitcher on this team. No. Now they got a few. He reminds me of somebody, and I cannot place who it is.
Yeah.
Does anybody come to mind when you watch him, like the way he walks and there's somebody that he reminds me of, and I don't know who it is.
Who are you talking about? Jarvis?
Jarvis. Yeah. Jarvis Evans. Yeah.
He looks a little like Chad Jones at LSU. I don't only know that because Chad was a 5-star football player.
Oh, well.
No, I mean, like the way he pitches and stuff. I mean, build.
I like his, I'm showing my coach, I love his presence.
Yeah.
He just looks, he never misses, he's not struggling with the earpiece or my thing. He just has a presence and I enjoyed it.
Well, hey, we enjoy your presence, by the way. Hey, so I noticed Vince Locklear had the first base line the other night. Vince and I played together. He's younger than me, but I've known Vince since I was one of the nicest dudes ever.
I agree.
Been umpiring a long time. He had the game in the fall with the Cougs when they were out there. And he came up, gave me a hug, and I was sitting there talking to him, and he said, "What's new with you?" I said, nothing, just that and the other. How the kids? Yeah, they're good. I said, Vince, before we go any further, you need to shave that stupid mustache off your face. And you don't like this? I said, no, you look like you drive a brown van that's got free candy written on the side of it. I said, this is ridiculous. But I was disappointed when I learned that he wasn't going to be behind the plate the other night. I really wanted him to get the plate for that. I don't ever see him in Columbia. He's never in Columbia, is he?
He didn't really travel. I think he could have done a lot more in umpiring if he wanted to, in a sense. Yeah. I always thoroughly loved having him at CSU and Citadel. I think just family-wise, job-wise, he kind of stays in that area, maybe runs up to Coastal and does stuff, but I don't remember seeing him here in Columbia.
Yeah, I don't either. I wish. Is Joe Marion still calling games?
He is not. Joe has I don't know if retire is the right word, but he doesn't do games either. And the umpires, that's for another day. I know the umpires are now signed by SEC. So if you do ACC games, you can't do South Carolina's games because it's signed by the SEC. So a lot has changed from what we used to know all the midweek umpires by name and know them. Not really like that anymore.
Yeah, I know.
And they get paid a lot.
They do. I thought Joe was a great umpire. He was
a gentle giant of a guy. He would just really control the game by just nobody really wanted to mess with that dude.
No, if you could control Ralph Civiteri, you were doing a damn good job. And he was one of the only ones who could stop Ralph in his tracks before he got out there. But anyway, yeah, I started it reminded me of a lot of dudes the other night, man. Jimmy Henson and all these guys.
David Hoffman. Hoffman's the reason I went into pro umpire.
Yeah. Hall of Famer.
Mr. Hoffman had, he was huge.
Do you remember the tall guy that looked like Snoop Dogg?
Yes. Yep. That wasn't Mr. Sam, was it?
Oh gosh, it might have been Sam.
Yeah, that was his name.
He looked like he used to smoke cigars.
Yeah.
He
was a different era.
Hey, we were playing Stratford. It was the game at Wando. I didn't really mean to make it. I hit a walk-off off of smoke in that game.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't why. But it was this game. He had the first base line, and we were coming into the dugout to hit somewhere in the middle of the game, and he had walked down. You remember the double fence and went down the first base line at Old Wando, right?
Yeah.
He had walked down like to where the bullpen was. And he had a cigar that he had wedged into the fence, and he lit it up during the game. We were laughing, but we called him Snoop because he looked like Snoop Dogg.
Hey, I figured out that Mr. Hoffman liked Red Man Gold, and I chewed back then, as everybody did. I would make sure to bring an extra pouch out when we started a game, and I just
smart move.
Hey, and that'll help me get through this thing. So again, it's a different era than when we were doing it in the 90s, but man, it was some great personalities in it.
These guys are all wired now. They're having to, give calls to the.
Are you giving out canisters of Zen now? Then not necessarily pouches anymore, right?
Yeah. No, exactly.
Those guys, man. Some of those guys, like when I would squat down, you were scared they were going to spit on your back. Right. I mean, it was the coaches are exactly right. It was just a different era.
Yeah. I got a lot of I would hope calls in my career. I gave bubble gum out all the time to umpires because they can't go anywhere. They're stuck out there on the field, so I'd bring them snacks.
I used to ask them before I would run, go off the field in between innings, you want me to bring you some water next time I come out? Or you need some seeds or you need something? What do you need? Most importantly, just block the ball. Don't let them get hit.
Yeah, that was it. That was number one rule.
All right, Coach, you got a 7 o'clock first pitch tonight, correct? Isn't that right?
7 o'clock. We're back in the season now, 7-4, and I guess 1:30, I think, on Sunday. Yeah. So it's only thing different now is those 6:30 midweeks keep screwing me up because I'm used to 7 o'clocks, but I kind of like it. It gets us out of there a little early.
Yeah, and that one Sunday against Tennessee at home, that's a 5 o'clock first pitch.
I like those 5 o'clocks. You get to do church, you get to eat, maybe sneak a nap in there. I kind of was enjoying that 5 o'clock one last week. It was cool.
All right, everybody. Radio and double TVs, softball and baseball on tonight. It's going to be a big weekend for the Gamecocks. Coach Lake is one of the brilliant voices and people that represent the Gamecock baseball program. We're always honored to have him on Fridays, man. Go get him tonight. Yeah. Can't wait for the call. Sorry I bother you during the game, but I don't have anybody to talk to sometimes, so I got to.
Y'all don't ever bother me. Any of you can check me. Derek just shakes his head. Cage figured it out. Hey, I'm texting buddies. I'm looking out the window. On the radio, I can get away with it.
I had to the other day when they had Dabo on for the entire bottom.
Oh God, I heard I missed
what
dodged one on that one. Thank goodness I didn't have to
when Yannity went for the spring football practice update, after the conversation, he clearly hit we were on to the second batter of the interview. Maybe toward the change of the inning. It got awkward real quick. You said something on a broadcast the other day too, Stu, and I meant to bring it up today, but I forgot because my short term.
Did I said it?
It was random. It was like funny and random and great.
Could have been my Kevin Costner BP story, but can I give y'all one quick one before I go?
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
So the guy's not calling any strikes up there the other night, so it's Derek to my left and JD sitting behind us, our administrator, and Jeff Davis. I just went into coach mode on one of those balls, and I two-fisted hit the table. I knocked the cable out to my booth, Clemson's radio booth, which we had a replay thing, and the booth beside us because the cable, only at Clemson do you run in one cable the entire way through. God bless, have more than one cable.
We don't need
when I hit it, I disconnected. We didn't have our TV for probably a half an inning, and Derek was ready to kill me. He called me Casey. He goes, "You and Casey, I can't go anywhere. You guys are getting mad." I said, "This is ridiculous. This guy will be refusing to call strikes." And so I finished the rest of the game like this. I just crossed my arms, and Derek's laughing at me. I said, "Look, I don't know what else to do with my hands here. I'm getting mad." I went into my coach mode on it. So I'm trying not to hit any tables here this week.
I loved it.
Derek is
great. When he called you Casey, I was like, "Oh man, you can tell Derek it's got under his skin, man."
He's so structured, and it's having to deal with you and Casey and having to deal with Tommy all those years. I mean, Derek's got a tough job. They got one cable up there, but they got the freaking band into the ballpark, and they were able to get the bullpens moved back onto the field. So everything's good in the
starting on that yet. Oh my goodness!
What a disaster! That's a disaster. Man. Well, we can't wait to listen to. I just appreciate when you respond, because when I text Derek, he doesn't respond, and I know he's not going to respond because he's like in the zone.
Well, Derek's professional. I'm far from professional, so I'm sitting over there
waving at people.
That's how I feel whenever I go on with Mike and Jamie. Don't worry.
Yeah. I feel like that every day. I love it.
Hey, I told him the other night, I told Kate, if we don't start scoring runs, I'm going to start Harry carrying this thing in the 7th inning, because it was just everybody sitting around. I was ready to hang out the window and get some runs.
Speaking of Harry Carey, whoever the guy is, who is he, JB, that called the game for ESPN Plus? The Citadel guy. He's a Citadel guy, obviously. He sounds like a southern version of Will Ferrell doing the Harry Carey.
I don't know who did have the game for them. I don't know who had it.
I think it's James or something. But he's
not sure.
Hey, guess what? Citadel. Oh, we got that big fly ball.
He gets so excited. And then the other guy would just the color guy just did nothing but repeat what he said. JC and I were texting. I was like, he's got a parrot in the booth, man.
That's a big fly ball. Yeah. And then the other guy was like, yeah, you see the big fly ball there. They sounded like Grayson Griner-esque, like that. Yeah. Steady, intelligent, doesn't get too high or low. But they had two guys in there, I think, and they both were like, it's like, hey, it's a drive down the middle of the field for the Citadel. And the guy was like, he was like, yeah, it's a drive down the middle of the field for the Citadel.
But that call was straight minor league. Like it was totally like get the crowd hyped up, even over the airwaves.
I didn't listen to. I was listening to these guys. I didn't hear any of it.
I did the first half of the game. I was out and I was listening to the radio. I was like, well, we'll check in on what the TV broadcast is like, and then they get some guy in the stands who's actually talking to the Longchamps or whatever.
And then,
but he's sitting next to Drew Meyer, and the guy doesn't have a clue who Drew Meyer is.
Oh my.
Dude,
I saw Asher on TV. I saw Wojo.
I was looking for Bradford, and then I was working, and I couldn't get my radio app to pull up. It happens that way sometimes with my internet, so I was forced to listen. Thank God it wasn't like the Davidson game where I was ready to go watch the president talk, but I wasn't going to abandon the game at 3-1.
Yeah,
you know.
No.
So
No.
I was happy I could maybe take the latter innings off of that one because it was a blowout.
Well, during the midweeks, Dave Weinstein calls the Citadel games on TV. I don't know if a lot of people know that on this broadcast.
It
but
wasn't Dave.
You got the Gamecocks on the weekends, but
It was this guy right here. Hey, Charleston.
Oh, that Will Ferrell. I'm gonna go Google some of those right
That's
now.
right.
Those are some of my favorites.
How about this mad cow disease?
Hot dog.
Awesome.
I love it.
Oh man, Coach, we kept you overtime. Checks in the mail.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'll go check the box for
Hey,
sure.
hey, good news, brother. Hey, the warm weather, you're about to be able to jump into your new pool.
Oh, it's like having a fish bowl. I've just been cleaning it, looking at it. I put a few ducks in it at Christmas, like those big rubber ducks, if I could see something moving in it. But yeah, about that time for a cannonball for sure.
Yeah, I'm picturing I'm picturing Billy Madison style pool parties at the Lake household.
Are you going to be Norm McDonald, Bradford? Like, hey, Stewart's playing Marco Polo. Marco Polo.
Well, that depends on Miss Veronica Vaughn. If she's invited, I'll be there.
No.
There'll be a clown on stilts at least. That's a good segue from our shit, too. Our shit, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, thank you, Coach. Can't wait to listen to you all weekend, like always. Thanks for what you do.
Man, thank y'all. I enjoy it. Have a good weekend.
See you, man.
Thanks.
All right, boys. Hey, man, I woke up this morning. I'm officially down 10 pounds after laughing. I'm down probably 12 or 13. So I got to go get my avocado.
JV brought to you by avocados from Mexico.
Get back to my dumbbell workout.
Not anymore.
My wife gets home. Yeah. Oh man.
Anyway.
Well, gentlemen,
Shit's gonna be $1 million.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, they're already $250.
Oh.
Which is like $1 million.
It might as well be.
1 million pesos.
I tell you what, man. If I could give, I don't try to give advice because generally it's not very good. But if I could give anybody advice on anything, laugh as much as you can. It just makes your life so much better. And I sure do enjoy laughing with you guys. Hopefully the Gamecocks are the last ones laughing today. 9-9 right now with 5 minutes to go in the first quarter in Greenville. Softball tonight at 7:30, of course, and Carolina baseball is on the diamond at 7 o'clock. For Coach Lake and Raphael Esparza, I'm JB. It's time for the show, a little bit late, with Mad Dog and JC. See you boys later.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show, the show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Friday on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Mad Dog Mullinax, JC over there. We're ready to get things kicked off. The ladies are up 11-9 in Greenville here at the tournament against Vanderbilt. Looking fairly decent. Just got a turnover. We'll be keeping an eye and keeping you updated on that all day. We've got some interesting topics to talk about. Got a little basketball, men's and women's. Am I looking at yesterday's notes? No, we're going to talk a little bit about Revs here because that we didn't get to it that much yesterday and how that's going to make some impact on the things. But yeah, it'll be well, we should have a good time, man. I'm feeling good. I know you look like you're feeling good. Let's go.
I had a groveling apology on coffee this morning because I apologize to people listening to the show. Sometimes you do this every day and you're not always going to have your best one. I didn't think I had my best one yesterday. I think I was mad about some things. I made the mistake of reading something that set me off before I got on. I don't think I had enough sleep the night before. All those things that puts one in a bad mood between 12 and 2 happened to me. And I got an email from a listener this morning. He said, I like angry JC. And that's fine. I know some people do. But I felt like, just with my own personal reflection, that it was a little over the top and I didn't feel like I served the audience yesterday.
Well,
and I let Craig point out that clown that put that on, and I let that just set me off so bad. I shouldn't have been that petty. I mean, I fully understand that when you're in this business, not everybody likes to listen to everybody. It's a preference. It's not personal. But I told him, I kind of ran it past my wife, and yeah, coffee is a podcast. It's supposed to be wordy. If I get into a monologue here, it's because I feel like it's pretty important, but I try to be more brief and succinct, but that coffee's supposed to sound that way. I go hit the news and then, because people listen to it in the morning. So if they miss the score or whatever, I'll give it to them, brief comments on that. Then I get into a topic. It's like All Things Considered, NPR.
All things considered.
Hi, Phil. How are you today?
I'm well, JC. Hopefully you are too.
Back in the 1400s, blah, 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 blah. James Champion created the first airplane. Oh, really? I didn't know the first airplane was built in the 1400s. Yes, it was.
On a cold and foggy morning.
But he flew too close to the sun and it melted the plane. Isn't that Icarus?
Yeah,
I thought it was pronounced Icarus. Yeah, anyway, nothing's better than a good meaty NPR topic when they're not talking politics. But they literally, if they are talking politics, they'll say something that's completely a freaking nasty political attack in that voice.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I just don't think, President Obama, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, whoa, that's super offensive, but you said it in such a polite, soft way. What if he had an NPR for sports? Somebody at USA.
Somebody should come up with this. Of course, you're not going to get funding for it right now.
Oh, yes, you would. USAID would pay for it.
Oh, yeah, just transfer that.
Wherever the right people were involved, The Tampa Bay Buccaneers today.
Yeah, that's right.
I always, when I think about that, I think about that movie Good Morning Vietnam, where you had the DJ right before.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I love that.
And he's like,
Yes.
that's it here from Saigon. I am signing off. And it was like, good morning, Vietnam. So that's what we need to do. We need to get JB to have more of an NPR sound. So when we come on, we
to set it up, but we get to come in Adrian Cronauer style
Adrian
and just blow it up.
Style. The Gamecocks now up 17-13 in Greenville. So I did not, and part of the reason was too, I remembered, because I had a conversation last night, got some more intel on this revenue share thing, Phil. And I remember teasing it because I had it, and then I did not roll back. I never got back to it. And that's a shame, because one of my least favorite people to listen to on the air, when I lived in Atlanta way back in 2002, I lived in Gainesville, Georgia, was Buck Ballou and Buck and Kincaid. Now, keep in mind, sports talk radio back then had a captive audience. Like, you basically had to listen. If you were out of state and a fan of another team, that's just tough.
Yep. Right.
Luckily for me, the internet was starting to be a thing at that point, and I started getting on websites and stuff like that, and eventually transitioned my career to there. But, riding in to the paper every afternoon, I worked second shift, which sucked. I'm rolling in, and it's Buck and Kincaid. And I'll never forget one day they were just like, and Buck Ballou would always tee like, hey, coming up, we're going to talk about, man, some man jumping off a bus. He kind of sounded like Snagglepuss. Hey, goodness gracious. Not Harry Carey, but Snagglepuss.
No,
I know my voice probably sounds similar.
Come
on, guy, and I'll never forget one day, because you were reliant on the newspaper too, and then the websites were just message boards, so there were all these rumors all over the message board, and you didn't know what was true. It was highly entertaining. But so Tommy Bowden was at Clemson at the time. He had just gotten there, and Holtz was at Carolina, and the Alabama job came open. I think that's when they hired Francione after they fired DeBose. This was 2002. How about Tommy Bowden, in Alabama? And then they never got back to it.
And then they don't talk about it, right?
No,
Yeah, it is.
I thought he had some news or some scoop or something. So I don't like that. I mean, I usually try to get to everything. I know I meander off the path sometimes. So that got me. So anyway, after that setup, the gigantic setup there. So this is according to contact sources, however you want to say it. With the rev share, football is getting 75%. Men's basketball is getting 15%. And then the other 10% is going to be divided amongst the other sports. I believe half of that will be women's basketball, just to inform the gut feeling there. This is unofficial. They will announce it. The athletics department will announce it at time. This was expected. I mean, these were the numbers that, as far as the math goes, some schools are taking scholarship money out of the rev share. Some are not. I don't know what Carolina's going to do. So if it's 20.5 million out the door and you're doing 75, 15, whatever, obviously that's 15.3 million for football. by comparison, a report has stated that Buck Belew's Georgia Bulldogs 13.9 for football.
Interesting.
Now, again, those are reported numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So who knows what'll happen. Concern when I look at the split up, a little concerned about baseball with that.
Right.
Because
it doesn't leave much there.
It doesn't. That sport, though, also is going to more than double its scholarship number.
Yeah.
To 25, I believe 25. I was told maximum amount of baseball scholarships. And I believe from talking to Whittle and some other folks, the SEC with baseball is going to keep that number uniform, just like football and men's basketball. So for football, 85 is that number. Texas kind of spilled the beans on it. As far as scholarships. Now, the roster limits, which are what matter, that's going to be decided. I think will be official by Destin, when they meet in Destin late May, early June with the conference, because the conference isn't going to let in most sports that I don't want to say people care about, Phil, because everybody cares about different sports. If you have a kid that's a Carolina tennis player, you love Carolina tennis, right? Or if you were a pro tennis player, or you love tennis, you're going to, I don't want to say nobody cares. That's ugly to say that. I'm going to be nice today. JC's bipolar. One day he's mad, one day he's not mad. I just don't understand that.
I don't know what's going on with this JC character.
He owes me $40. Anyway. But he
that kind of person that would come out of.
But let's just talk for the purposes of this. Let's talk women's basketball, baseball, football, and men's basketball. Okay, let's just talk that. Softball obviously is starting to matter more because Gamecock Nation is fired up about. I'm calling Oklahoma the Roman Empire. Borrowed a phrase from my man Rick Pitino, who he called Kentucky basketball the Roman Empire of college basketball. I'm calling Oklahoma the Roman Empire of college basketball. Heck, they may be another better empire.
Right. Yeah.
They've got a lot. Let's just say they have a lot of advantages out there. But I know softball's in that mix, but let's just look at the big four. So what I've heard in those sports, and softball may be part of this conversation too, women's soccer, is that they're going to make those roster limits uniform. In other words, if you're Texas, you can't go and have more people on the team than somebody else. So yeah. But as far as scholarships go, funding scholarships, baseball looks like it's going to 25, which compared to 11.7 is
it'll be a welcome change. You're not going to be capped, and because think about those years where, and even in that overlap where NIL was first starting to get in, and you've got an intimate knowledge of this because you ran Carolina Rise, which supported Carolina baseball. How much of that was going to pay for guys' tuition?
Yeah.
A lot. Right. They were using it to supplement that. Yeah.
One kid was taking because if you graduate, you got to take graduate courses,
right?
Which are more expensive. And one kid had to take graduate courses, and we had to up his number and stuff like that. But no, most of all that money we spent at that time, none of that was pocket money. None of it. Even like Justin Smoke and Reese Havens back in the day were not on full scholarships. And that's kind of, remember I went off on John Edward that day, bless his soul. He sends me nice messages now. He's being nice to me. When he went off on Will Tippett, that's because Gamecock fans don't realize, I don't think they realize this. And I think they realize it's like other sports where you have scholarship guys and then walk-on guys. They don't understand that most of your baseball players up until next year, when this kicks in, obviously, they're paying for the privilege of you to rake them over the coals.
Right.
And I'm not, I don't think athletes are above criticism of their play on the college level. I think that you have to really think about it, understand, like, if a freshman gets out there and screws up in a sport that's developmental, which most of them are, you can't be overly harsh. And most of the fans aren't. Josiah Thompson last year would whiff on a block. You'd have a few knuckleheads, but understand freshman offensive tackle in the SEC is going to do that. So anyway, the scholarship limits are going to be uniform. With baseball NIL / rev share, I don't know what that number will be. I don't know what the women's basketball number will ultimately be, though. I'd feel pretty 5% sounds about right. Let's just say that. So what does this do? And to explain this and put a bow on this, because we've talked about the ins and outs and the needs and stuff like that. In our next segment, we're going to talk about men's basketball, because I've been working the phones on that subject as well. And so I got some info here. But the ins and outs of it. So what does that mean? I think that means, football is already in great shape. I've told you all that. But men's basketball, that number is going to almost double just based on rev share. Now there's more, but based on rev share. And then we'll see about the other sports, moving forward. Also, 2 more scholarships in men's basketball. I mean, they were at 13, I'll be at 15. 15 always makes sense to me for a basketball team, because we had 15. You had to try out for the junior high basketball team at DR Hill Middle School. And I tell you, that was one of the greatest experiences I've ever had in my life, because we had like a coach that sort of, because you want to be on the basketball team as a 7th and 8th grader there, because you had to ride on the bus with the cheerleaders. You get a letter jacket. In football, they divided the teams up. So I'll tell you a story. So this was a weird deal. 7th grade, I was this tall, 6 feet tall, obviously a basketball guy, all head, skinny body, looked like the nutrition cartoon.
Right. Yeah.
That guy.
Like, Slim Goodbody.
No, not Slim Goodbody.
No, not that.
Slim Goodbody. He nasty. But
that's where my brain went. Yeah, because that was deep in the other topics earlier.
He's talking about protein. He's got a top hat and a cane. He's on a little orange ball of something. Anyway, I'll find it. But I was all head, and so the girls' basketball coach, who wasn't worth a flip, he was our boys' coach the next year. He cuts a bunch of people, and then he cut me, and then looked at me and said, where weren't you at tryouts today? I was like, you cut me. I wasn't on the list. He's like, I didn't mean to cut you. And he had me mixed up with somebody else.
Oh, no.
So then the real coach got there, because he was coaching varsity football. Greatest coach I've ever had. One of the greatest I've ever had in my life. His name was Jeff Cook. He ended up going to Lake City from Burns back in the day as the head coach, from Ohio. Super guy. Loved playing for this guy. So Jeff takes over, and he did it a little different. Remember when or I don't know if anybody remembers, trying out for the basketball team, you get to school the next day and you go see the list. It's like when you audition for a play or something, you see the cast list. Mm-hmm. Everybody's looking to see if their name's on it. He didn't give a flip. He just, like, the last 2 rounds of cuts, we get up there after tryouts, and he's like, all right, the following people are going to come back tomorrow. And it got down to 15. So it went from like 25 to 18. And
Right.
then we go to the final Jeopardy round. The America's Got Talent, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And dude just calls it out. And I mean, I that was one of the greatest moments of my life, hearing my name. As a 7th grader, because it's tough. It was, there were literally like 6 cuts for this damn basketball team.
Right. Yeah. And you made the final one.
And
right?
I made it. And you're not in these, they try to kind of run you off and test your will.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're running suicides, you're basketball, and that's what I learned too. Difference between being in football shape and basketball shape, big difference.
Conditioning is definitely different when you start moving up.
Ooh, football helped me none with basketball as far as running all that, and so it was grueling. And so just the euphoria of I'll never forget. I saw my friend Brandon Stiles, who I'd gone to elementary school with, great athlete. Don't remember what became of Brandon, but he made it, and that dude was crying. I mean, the poor kids that did make it were crying.
Man,
some of those guys ended up playing at Burns and being pretty good, but they just were short at the time. But long story short, That's why I think 15 is a good number in my mind for men's basketball.
So that way you can have a whole full court practice and then, a 5-man bench and everybody's good.
Yeah, you go 5-on-5, A team, B team, C team.
Mm-hmm.
The women have 15. That seems like a good number. But the point is, though, as we get to our next discussion after the break is, this gives Lamont Paris a little more flexibility as far as reconstructing the roster next season as Gamecock men's basketball looks to rebound. I know they got technically 2 more games left, maybe 3, who knows, but we'll see what happens. Do want to mention GamecockCoffee.com. Actually, no, that's next. I'm going to stick to the script today, Phil. I wanted to mention about my friend Brandon at Palmetto Golf and Belt. I'm calling it faith, freedom, and forever to thee. These woven handcrafted belts, you can show your patriotism off, show your Christian faith off, or show your pride for the Gamecocks in the state of South Carolina. Go to palmettogolfing.com. Check out his store. These belts are like $150 when you go look for them in the store, but you can get it for $99.99 from Brandon. palmettogolfing.com. Always support Gamecock businesses and our sponsors here. We certainly appreciate it because we know many of you do. We'll be back after these messages on Inside the Gamecocks The Show on a TGIF.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Looking at Greenville here. Looks like the ladies are extending their lead right now. They are 36, make that 37 with a full Wiley free throw to 17. So 20-point lead. About 4:43 left in the half. And 38. If you did not see full Wiley and her just exhibition of pure talent and athleticism in like the last 5 seconds of the first quarter, I recommend you run it back and review that.
Review
because my goodness, wow, full Wiley and Edwards are just fun to watch. I'll put it that way. I mean, it really is crazy.
It's special.
Vanderbilt is playing outside of themselves, trying to make something happen. But the defense is looking like a Don Staley defense as of right now. So let's go, ladies.
It's not a bad deal if you're Vanderbilt. You won the game you really wanted.
Yeah,
I mean, beating Tennessee like that, and then you get to rest your players because Vandy's going to probably go in the NCAA tournament and all that good stuff.
Oh yeah,
I did give a shout out to your Debbie Antonelli nugget that you did yesterday.
Yeah. Debbie's like this could be a
Vanderbilt
team
having a good
waves.
team, so that's good.
Mhm.
Also, I gave a little love on some social media to one of your tweets from Greenville. If you noticed that,
I saw
on
that.
Instagram.
Yeah.
You're a celebrity along with John Whittle. Did you see John Whittle, the star, of the softball?
I got caught up doing stuff, and I was like, "Listen, you can talk about all the wins and national prominence you want, but if your hype video kicks off with some John Whittle,
it does not matter.
You've made it.
You're a champion of life already. you're just give them the trophy, folks.
That's right. Yeah, they're going to sweep this weekend. I mean, that's what that told me. I'm not going to predict that because I was way off last weekend, feeling myself.
Hey, I predicted a win too. I was like, I believe in this team. Boy, that Sacred Heart's tough. Oh man,
Coach Lake made a point after he was talking to Drew Meyer about that before we can get go down the basketball rabbit hole. That he's like it's tougher than you think it is. Like the level of competition is not tough, but it's up 1 week, down the next, up, down, up, down. I mean, and it's not obviously what you're going to see at the SEC level, but he's like some of these guys just want that competition to kind of level out, right? And you get up into the SEC, while it is a much higher bar, at least the consistency is the same, right? So you're not having to hit a guy who's throwing change ups in the 60s because that's all he can muster. It's like,
I understand. That's why baseball is a funny game. I mean, you right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's why it's one of the things that makes it hard is that you're going to get a different level of talent there in the beginning of the season. And he was like, and then you can just get to narrow that down to hit or miss, midweek games. But yeah,
I do think this. I haven't seen it a whole lot in football. Just because if you don't go out every game and try to dominate the other team and the other players, you're going to get hit in the mouth and get hurt. I mean, you may be going against an overachieving, 5'8", 230-pound D tackle that bench presses an SUV and was a high school wrestler who was really good, state champion high school wrestler, right? For some 1AA school, and you may be able to get your hands on him and bury him in the dirt. There you go, Rudy, every single play. But if you don't show up, he's going to destroy you.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
But I think as far as teams go, I think Ohio State and to a lesser extent Clemson at times this year were bored. I think Clemson got off to had one horrific half of football against Georgia. And then the teams that they got up to kind of their rebound games were against teams that, and I know NC State kind of rallied and ended up with an okay year, but that NC State team that played Clemson was terrible. And then, App State was terrible. And then there was just a lot of terrible. Florida State obviously was terrible. And then they were kind of coasting until they got to Louisville. Louisville's not terrible, and Louisville beat them. And then they played some pretty good teams and screwed around with Virginia Tech and Pitt and beat them. But then by the time they played the Gamecocks in Texas, that got their attention.
Yeah, right.
They
They're ready.
They played good football. Ohio State definitely was bored.
I know.
I mean, I don't see any other way to it. In baseball, I mean, like Texas A&M's record last week was like 6-4. That's the number one team in the country, allegedly.
Yeah.
They just about everybody. But now they did lose their coach, Schlossnagel.
Yeah, Schloss is over in Austin. Yeah.
And sometimes that when you have a lot of superstar players back, but you change coaches to the assistant took the job because why nobody hit the portal. He's everybody's buddy, and it's in this era where I know everybody at A&M is getting paid. in baseball, right?
Oh yeah.
So you're going to have times when you're bored, I mean, and then you turn it on or not. Sometimes the bad habits follow you. So I kind of get what Stu's saying there, but basketball teams get bored sometimes too. And we turn the page. I don't think South Carolina's been bored or disinterested, but
no, but
So let me just explain this to everybody out there. Let's just get this out of the way. Lamont Paris is not going anywhere. It's not even a discussion. I know some folks out, that don't really follow it, and I understand. You have a season like this where the record's terrible, and sometimes coaches get fired after terrible seasons, and maybe in a different era with a new AD and a terrible season like this, and if that new AD is coming in wanting to make changes, maybe that's a different story. But Jeremiah Donati did not take this job because there was all this rebuilding to do, contrary to some people's belief. He didn't. He this was an attractive job to an athletic director like him and many others, because there was a lot in place. And ADs don't really. They don't relish firing people and going through a search where your butt's out on the line. They like to build buildings and come up with financial plans and go to games and manage. So that's just the truth. I mean, he's not going anywhere. So that's number one. So how do you fix it? I probably have downplayed the NIL situation a little bit too much, but the bottom line is NIL, you can look at it two ways, and maybe I've been looking at it from the wrong way. People say NIL, and then that immediately leads, although NIL is largely funded by fans and boosters right now, but it always seems to get back to Ray Tanner. And that's just, if nobody understands kind of how if you like winning football games, you owe Ray Tanner a debt of gratitude and his staff, because they fixed some things along with the state government in South Carolina. Just the bottom line. I mean, that's full stop. If you like winning football games, you don't need to criticize Ray Tanner for, not getting ahead of the game and promoting NIL. A lot of schools did get ahead of the game, and now they don't have any money. So what do you want to do? What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Well, it is what it is.
What are you going to do? Well, what are you going to do? So anyway, that's that. So that always leads to that conversation. So I guess I'm a little naturally defensive of it. I work with Garnet Trust, and I'm naturally defensive of those guys and the work they put in, and very proud of the work they put in, and all that good stuff. The proud of the work I put in NIL. So when I hear somebody say NIL is an issue, I kind of maybe naturally gravitate towards defending it, right?
Right.
That's not very much, but I do, I mean, because when there was a problem after the 2022 football season, I said, this is a problem. So I'm not hiding anything. I'm just like, well, wait a minute, because the conversation last summer was not, oh, they don't have any money. The conversation last summer was Carolina's going to be very, very good. Even somebody brought up a quote from Lamont Paris that said he'd be surprised if Cam Scott wasn't on some of these all SEC. He jokingly said he'd give up his salary if Cam Scott wasn't on some all SEC teams.
Yeah.
And that may be a red flag to some of you, but you have to understand in athletics, players get in slumps. Sometimes players decide to mail it in. I mean, I don't know. I think Cam Scott's problems are because of Cam Scott.
Yeah.
And I'm not jumping on him. He's a freshman, right?
Yeah. That is a tough transition, even if you're not an athlete, right?
Yeah.
Just, leaving home, being on campus. Yeah. That whole thing is, and yeah, I agree with you. I think some of this, well, it's all about coaching because he's got the talent. I'm like, coaching and talent are only a portion of the recipe.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. You got to have the other stuff.
Well, why didn't he know these guys weren't good? Because who did?
No,
I mean,
why would he have invited them here if they weren't? That's the other side of that. Is like that. I hate that.
Gonna
It's like
turn down Cam Scott.
Yeah, come on.
Anyway, so because of those conversations and because everybody, they thought, hey, they upgraded the athleticism and stuff. There was no conversation about NIL. There were some guys that they got outbid for, but you just kind of take it. That happens in a lot of sports, and unlike in football where Beamer's like, no, we're not gonna pay that much for that guy. Basketball, it was probably more of a resource thing, but they thought they would be fine. Phil, give us a score update.
Yeah, we are. It is 48. It is 48-23 at the half in what has turned into the Malaysia Full Wiley show. So
put on a show.
Bad for Vandy because you don't want number 12 going off on you.
It's the show. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So now back to what I was saying. So I'm a little defensive on that, but as it was pointed out to me, it's not so much that the budget, which was dead last in the SEC. And just to kind of give you some background, I mentioned Oklahoma's and LSU's was low too. South Carolina was at like 1.6 million. LSU was 2.1, Oklahoma 2.5 for men's basketball. Florida, by comparison, was at like 4. Most of the all the other programs in the league, though, had 4 to 5 to 6. Matt Anderson says 5 to 6. My understanding, based on the information I got today, that's a little high. And like it was told to me, Arkansas is kind of privately funded. Nobody's really going to outdo them with NIL, and Kentucky's always going to put more into NIL, right? But the rest of them, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Georgia, whatever. There's no reason why South Carolina shouldn't be up there. But okay, so forget about the past. It happened. It's over. What are you going to do about it, right? And so here's the situation. Like between now and July 1st, and it was the same in football, and it will be the same in the second portal window. What's happening is schools or collectives and NIL in general, they're front-loading deals, right? To where, in other words, you've got to spend this NIL money out of the collective somehow, the donor money. And so you front-load it, and you're like, okay, we'll pay you all this before July 1st. Have a nice 4th of July. You can buy a lot. Hey, you can buy a lot of hot dogs with $2 million. Can't you?
$2 million.
Hey. But happy 4th.
I love that. I watched Harry Carey and Bill Murray. I think you retweeted it or whatever. Yeah, I remember that the first night under the lights at Wrigley. I was not there, obviously, but was able to watch that. Thank you, WGN. And it was a thing. But yeah, Bill Murray was
time. I'll say this. I found the best X account yesterday. It's called Old Tunes. Nothing but 1 minute clips of Looney Tunes over and over.
Nice. I'll have to check that out.
Hey, Russell in the Data Sports chat box. If you were a hot dog, would you eat yourself? Hey. Anyway, so they're front loading these deals and paying them out by July 1st. And in football, there's probably some stuff in the interest of saving cash to where some of those guys are probably going to get it front loaded. But in basketball, I do expect this to happen. So this is why GamecockCoffee.com. If you care about the basketball program, please help me spread the word on that, guys and gals. I think it could be massive. I'm going to take money out of my own pocket and run ads for it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how strongly I feel, because it everybody kind of thinks rev share is coming, but for between now and then, like as far as next season goes, we are still in the period of the Wild West for football and for men's basketball. It's going to be a different world next year. I'm curious to see what some of these schools do that are paying $6 or The basketball schools like Gonzaga's paying 11. They're going to be fine.
Yeah, right. Because they get to dump all, not
they don't
not
have
all, but majority of their resources into that program.
And it's going to be interesting to see if the basketball schools run basketball, right? The basketball only, like like DePaul, who sucks, for example. If DePaul is smart and they say, we got a Big East TV contract, we don't have football here. I think they may be D3 or something in football. Let's invest some money and wake up the Echoes, right? That's going to be an interesting thing to see. Marquette's of the world. The volleyball coach from South Carolina that left for Marquette, he's from Buffalo Grove, Illinois, which is in Chicago. So he's moving home. But Marquette is taking some of their money for rev share and investing it in volleyball. So it's a better situation. Yeah. So that's good. That's something else. But
I didn't even realize there's club football. I didn't know they did that. DePaul has a club football. That's what
club football team.
Club football team. Not
probably ain't got no pads.
They
play pads.
Yeah, they're fully attired in Under Armour apparel.
Kreger says the St. John's. Yeah, can you imagine if St. John's starts with Rick Pitino, starts being able to pay whoever the hell they want, outbid everybody?
Right. I mean, that's
Madison
the
Square
scary
Garden
teams, is those like Big East teams and some of the mid majors that actually do have money that are seated in moneyed places. Yeah. Look out.
UMass.
Right. Yeah. Frank Martin had to just needs to hang on.
And UConn doesn't give a damn. They'll tell the football team they're going to 1AA again.
They're already they're independent football wise.
Independent.
So it doesn't even matter now. It's
they're like, no, we're giving it to Gino and Dan Hurley. But so that's going to be interesting to see. So, but for South Carolina and for the schools Carolina competes against, which the SEC. Right now, the SEC has the most money and they get the best players. Will that change? Probably. Because you've got something called football. And when there's a finite amount of resources, that's what and there's other sports. But right now, the SEC is great. And so between now and then, everybody's going to try to front load things and spend. So what I was told today was that, they kind of, the league sort of they didn't really know what hit them, right? And so with the NIL thing, I said it wasn't NIL, and I used the example of all these close games. But you could actually make an argument, Phil, in those close games they were a player away that they did not get,
right?
And there were guys that because of money went elsewhere, a little bit more money. So I think with more resources this year, South Carolina can restock this roster. I don't know who's coming back. I think Colin Murray Boyles he's been on a heater lately. He may not be back, but and you'd be surprised how little per player the guys are making. I mean, there's some discounts that have taken place too, but So looking at it from that perspective, maybe I guess you could say NIL was an issue. It was an issue nobody saw coming. So bottom line is between now and July, or really now and April and May, which is when they're going to try to reconstruct the roster and get some dudes in. I think that if you care, help me spread the coffee thing, spread the Garnet Trust membership thing, find out how you can help out directly, because it's Gamecock Nation needs you, with basketball. Football's going to be fine. Football with budgetarily has the money to go ahead and do whatever they got to do in the second portal. And then, baseball's a topic we'll get on as we head towards the off season from an NIL standpoint. But help me spread the word, folks, and spread the importance of this. Because it does look like we're got one more off season in college basketball, and it was like this for the portal in football too, with the overpaying and all that crap.
Yeah.
Well, this is the final off season, so one final push, and then I think with rev share things are going to kind of settle in. So I wanted to explain that. I'll also say this. We're going to stop talking about that on the other side. If you have a basketball recruiting question or how they're going to fix the thing, I'll be glad to answer it. Those of you in the Nana Sports chat box. But we're going to play some games. Would you like to play a game? Because it's Friday. SEC looks like they're going to 9 conference games. That means 3 permanent opponents. Without the standard answer of Vandy, Kentucky, and Mississippi State. Right, because that's the standard.
As we would all like to see
I'd love to see that too. Who do you want to play as the 3? I'm curious to know. Nana Sports chat box, let me know. Also, want to tell you about our good friends at, and let me pull up my script here because I'm a moron, Resto Pros of the Midlands. You've heard the commercial, oh Lord, there's a fire. Resto Pros of the Midlands, proud sponsors of Inside the Gamecocks, the show. They sponsor Whittle on all things because they love him. They sponsored our club chief meet and greet before the Missouri game. We love Resto Pros of the Midlands. I know these things have come up frequently lately where you need fire restoration, water damage, whatever. So be sure you check out Resto Pros of the Midlands, a proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks, the show, the morning show, and everything else we do here at Chief Sports. One more hour, and then everybody's working for the weekend. We'll be back on the other side. JC and Phil, the show.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Mike here for one of the better dining options in the capital city. You know, when I first moved there, I asked people around the radio station, where are the best wings? Well, the consensus was D's Wings. That was then. Today, they still have the best wings, but it's so much more. Now in their new location at 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia, yeah, they get voted the best wings on a routine basis. Yes, they get voted the best sports bar on a routine basis, but they're not just about wings, and really, they're not just a sports bar. It is a family-run local restaurant and bar with 20 TVs and 25 beers on tap. app. And how about these daily specials? Every Monday night at D's, you've got 75-cent wings from 4 until closing. Tacos on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. You've also got ribs and oyster bucket specials on Thursday. And no matter how big the party is, 20 or more, no problem. Just call ahead of time and they'll take terrific care of you. They'll do takeout as well. And guess what? A human will answer the phone and take the order. Billy and his staff do an outstanding job. Check out D's, 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Second half of action underway in Greenville right now. Checking on the score, 25-48, South Carolina, just underway. Still 9:42 left in the third quarter. Looking around here, JC, you set it up pretty good, so we could let's have some fun. Do you want to play a game?
Would you like to play a game?
Would you like to play a game?
I think we're going to start playing a game every day.
I like that, man. Yeah, it's always fun.
I'll come up with a little intro with the war games thing.
Oh yes, that's right. About global thermonuclear war.
How about a nice game of chess? That's another disappointment when you go back and watch it the second time. Except the old Southern guy that's the general is like, I don't think you're worth a horse's ass.
Right?
Remember that guy?
Yes.
And it was fine until like they stretched it out. It's almost like they were like, well, gosh, we need Ali Sheedy and Matthew Broderick and that Southern guy for 30 more minutes.
Yeah, we need more of that.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
It was like they came to a resolution. They're like, phew. And then Joshua, the computer, of course, comes back and wants to blow everybody off the map.
That's right. Yeah, wants to completely eradicate.
And I'm like,
the world.
that's kind of. It's like Trans-Siberian Orchestra. It never ends.
I didn't mind that because at least there wasn't some, social agenda being pushed when the computer wanted to just destroy the world. It was just trying to have a good time.
Yeah.
It's not like because this and this,
Oh yeah. So if you were a hot dog, would you eat yourself? Bobby says is one of those questions after eating JC's magic mushroom supplements. EncapsulateUSA.com.
That's right.
Use code JCM
for $10
off, baby. Hey, they work. They're not like the other mushrooms that
I've been reading more about this whole mushroom thing, and not just
there's a lot of
the psilocybin and all of that. Yeah, but there's a lot of health benefits to this mushroom. I'm very interested in trying some.
Mike got me rolling on it, and gosh, I'm almost out. I need to reorder. I got the first one for free, so I'll be using code JCM to get $10 off.
To get the $10 off, and then I was like, "Well, I haven't looked yet, and I'll keep that to myself."
Yeah, nevertheless. So yeah, that's what he says. Kreger mentioned St. John's, and yeah, I think that could be at least until Rick Pitino stops coaching, which I don't know that he will.
Yeah,
ever. Till he passes on from the earth.
I don't know if that's even an option.
He may still be coaching.
Yeah, right.
You're right there. And I like Rick Pitino. I mean, I'm pulling for him. I like comeback stories. I like older dudes that are doing well.
Yeah.
Unless you're Jim Larinaga, who complained about players who quit because people were buying players when he bought the players to go to the Final Four at Miami. I was like, I don't like him. But old Rick Pitino's been through it,
Yeah.
And I always thought he's a great coach. And I think St. John's, I mean, the Knicks are so dysfunctional in the NBA, and they haven't been good in 22 years, 32 years, really. Madison Square Garden, I've been there. It's just a magical venue, right? I didn't go there to watch Gamecocks, by the way. I went there for a concert, but it is the mecca of college basketball, or basketball, the sport in general. And so when they play those home games, man, and look, it was in Coming to America.
Remember? Yeah, I mean, right.
Yeah, basketball is Coming to
That's
the
right.
King, Prince, Your Highness. Anyway, Bobby saw Calamari Balls projected as number 8 in a mock draft. Yeah, it's like, I think we all sit here and go, lottery pick, but the scouts and people like that love that guy. So
it's similar to Spencer Rattler, right? Where the scouts can kind of see through the clutter, and they're because they're not looking at it with a fan's eyes, and can be like, okay, the tangibles, the intangibles that this guy has, accompanied with the lack of support that they have game to game, they can see through that. Mm-hmm.
And I'll say this too, Phil, it's having done that kind of thing, and that's why I struggle watching. Like, my wife loves watching high school sports. She was like a scorekeeper for the wrestling team when she was in high school.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And so just loves it. She was part of the team, and she played tennis in high school. So she loves all of it. And she's like, oh, the Lockport wrestling team. And I'm like, oh, man. And so it's like, goodness gracious. But when we go to high school football games, I'm sitting there looking, because the high school football games I've been to, with the exception of the one brutal year that I did sideline reporting for Burns.
Oh, God.
Which
I remember that.
But that's my school, so I'm still watching the game like a fan. I could care less who won the game and lost the game. Unless I was watching Burns, like, and I did get to see Burns play St. Thomas Aquinas one year. Marcus Lattimore fumbled 4 times in that game, but still had 262 yards and 4 touchdowns. That was a hell. Like, Gio Bernard and James White were on the St. Thomas Aquinas team. Leonard Hankerson. I mean, they were loaded.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Loaded. And Burns was really good too. Burns lost, but so yeah, I was paying attention to the actual game there. But it's hard for me to sit through these games when Cole's not playing, because I'm just like, some of those teams, there's not a lot of talent. The games I enjoyed were the teams that had a guy that's going to Illinois or Northwestern or something like that where I can watch. So to your point, yes, that's what they're just looking at, the individual. They could care less about the team. Lance Player was late, but he's in his house. Thank you, Lance. You're the man. And now people starting to answer the question. So the question is, playing the game. If they go to 3-6 model, which is what they probably will do, there may be some other wild way to do it, but 3-6 seems reasonable, because with a 3 permanent and 6 rotating, you're still going to get to play everybody over the course of 4 years. Right now, it's basically a 1-7 if they stay with 8. So 3 permanent and 3 permanent opponents also would keep all the secondary rivalries intact. Tennessee, Bama, Auburn, Georgia, Texas, and Texas A&M would play every year.
Yeah, you'd be able to facilitate Alabama, LSU every year.
And look, by the way, just an update, Vandy has it's on a 9-0 run to start the second half, 48-32.
The Gamecocks have yet to score a point, and we are 4 minutes into the third quarter. So Vandy has stepped up their defense, and Carolina's playing sloppy. So come on, ladies, get it together.
Sloppy Joe.
There we go.
So there we go. But yeah, 48-32. Is it now, 50-30, 48-32? So there we go. So with 3-6, you're going to have 3 perms, 6 rotating. Taking away the conversation about is it fair or whatever, quickly I will say, Phil, I think it's great for the league, because it's weird to not have Texas and Texas A&M play. And I mean, like, Texas is their 3 opponents are already decided: Arkansas, A&M, Oklahoma.
Right.
Because Arkansas will burn Birmingham down if they have 3 permanent opponents and one's not Texas. That's a big gate for them. That's an old rivalry. So I think that so taking the debate about it, I think it's good for the league, not good for Carolina, obviously, because of Clemson. You play a tough team every year in Clemson,
right?
Even when Clemson's not that good, they're still it's a rivalry, and they're used to beating South Carolina, and they're usually pretty good. So let's just call it what it is. But it looks like it's going to go to 9. And so who are the 3 that you would want? Obviously, without saying Vandy, Mississippi State, and Kentucky, which Bobby did.
Well, you know what? And hats off to you, Bobby, because you know what? That's what we all want inside of our hearts.
That's what we all want in our hearts. And there's precedent, Kentucky would have been the permanent had it been 1-7 by default.
Right.
That rivalry with Vanderbilt. Just kidding. But yeah, Vanderbilt's a great trip, and you always want them. And then, hey, Mississippi State and South Carolina were once upon a time permanent opponents from 92 to 02.
Right.
Played Mississippi State every year. Unfortunately, that's when they were really good. Mississippi State, Kentucky, and Vandy are also the only 3 SEC schools Carolina leads the series with all time. But some of those, a lot of the losses came in like the 20s. So, different.
Yeah, that's
but nevertheless, so you go through it. Jacob mentions lion's mane. I have no idea what it is, but he says it gives him energy. So maybe I should take it.
Yeah, it's a mushroom. Mm-hmm.
Lance says we need Georgia back on permanent.
I'm with Lance there. Like the scheduling model, and I've been pretty vocal about it because the league just took the lazy way out, and could have actually put a little bit of thought into it to make the seasons more interesting and not just flip the locations of the conference opponents. I was sad to see, and this was even before Carolina, looked like they were going to turn it on and win out the last half of the season, to see Georgia, Florida, and Tennessee go away, or at least not try to maintain one of those. I mean, I know I like Georgia because it's a border rivalry, and I've always, kind of appreciated that. I'm sure the Dogs don't think of us as one of their rivals down there in Athens, but I mean, if there's one chaos factor for Georgia over the years, it's definitely been Carolina teams going in there and tripping them up early. And I kind of missed that. The Florida narrative kind of built up with Spurrier, and then, Muschamp being here. We've had 2 former Florida head coaches as, head coaches here at South Carolina. And then there was the factor that you got those fans this year telling us, boy, I'm sure glad we don't have to play y'all this year.
Later in the team that played late in the season, by God, I would have loved to have had Tennessee or Georgia or even Florida. I wouldn't have wanted to go to the Swamp in November because they kind of got
hot. Yeah. They finally put it together.
But I don't know. I mean, who knows? They blitzed Jackson Dart and got pressure all day, but hell, Sellers could have run right past them.
Exactly. At that point, the defense was doing its defense things, and Sellers looked comfortable. I mean, because you think that Missouri game was late in the season, and Clemson, obviously final game of the year. But yeah, I don't know. Here's what I'm worried about with this, JC. And I don't know how much the schools will have input in Birmingham. Yeah, it's probably not much, right?
Put in request, but
yeah. And I think you mentioned it in the email. It's like I really don't care about the trophy games. Just because there's a trophy doesn't mean that anybody connected here. Because if you look at those trophy games, that's it. Trophy game, that's a Midwest thing, I mean, is there even a trophy exchanged between Alabama and Auburn?
Yeah. Most of your
is there an Iron Bowl for the Iron Bowl?
in the South? There's trophies for these, like the Egg Bowl's the battle for the golden egg.
The golden egg, yeah,
obviously.
Mm-hmm. But those are your rivals.
Yeah,
right?
The in-state rivals. I'm sure they may give a trophy for Georgia, Florida, obviously. But it is more of a Midwest thing because in the Big Ten, just about every game is a trophy game.
I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And Texas A&M, okay, you play for the Bonham Trophy, and you got the Mayor's Cup for the whole Missouri thing. Don't care, really don't. I'd much rather rotate through those and not have them, have any significance. Like, I think you have more historical significance playing Georgia specifically, or even Florida or Tennessee, whom you share, regional recruiting territory with. That will get the fans more juiced than, going to Como every other year. I mean, I know that's turned into something because Drink's been there and it's gotten a little out of whack and lopsided, but
the trophy.
Yeah, I like Lance's Georgia, Florida, Kentucky. I might switch Florida out for Tennessee. Because I'm not going to shy away from competition. That's not going to freaking help you at all. And I'd just rather see those. I'm totally worried that it's going to end up being like Kentucky, A&M, and Missouri, which is really going to piss me off.
Yeah. What they did this year with the schedule for Carolina, and they kind of did, they basically looked at it didn't make I think it's a hard job. I mean, it's gone from being manageable to very difficult to do the SEC schedule, because if you're saying you want to play everybody every other year and you're rotating a bunch of teams, and now you have the transfer portal and all that, I said it before, it's impossible to really say this schedule is going to be tougher than this one. I mean, there have been years where playing Auburn and Florida and Arkansas, it's oh my God, we don't want to play any of those guys. But this year, they've been they didn't play anybody.
They didn't, right? Yeah,
Well,
and that's what I mean. I understand, like the spirit of it, right, was to make sure that all the teams play everybody within a 4-year span to right that terrible wrong that scheduling had put into the SEC schedule.
Yeah,
it had been ages since you've been anywhere, but it didn't have to be just flip the damn locations. You could have put a moderate bit of thought into it and actually spread out the Texas and Oklahoma introduction over a 4-year span where you get to play both of them, one, in a home and home over a 4-year span. I think part of that decision lied in the fact that they foresaw a scheduling change, a model change coming in the next couple of years. And so they just took the easy way out.
Well, just like in 2012 when Missouri and A&M came in, the schedule was all cattywampus for 2 years. It cost Carolina dearly in 2012, but they shoved them in, and then they shoved them. And then it kind of was weird again in 13. And then in 14, Carolina opened with A&M, and that's the permanent opponent. And there you go. But so it's the same way. You're right, Phil. It's going to be 2026 is when you're going to get into a more permanent rotation. So yeah, Oklahoma got a ridiculous schedule. Texas, but I'm saying it's hard to do that. So what they did with Carolina, basically, they said, well, who hasn't been to Columbia in a while?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
They're like, or no. Yeah. All right. Well, Ole Miss.
Which two teams haven't met in a while? Right.
Ole Miss and LSU have not been to Columbia since 08 and 09. Done.
Yep. Yeah. Right.
Alabama was already on the schedule to rotate on, but that also was a 15-year break between trips to Tuscaloosa. So
which is ridiculous. It never should have been there.
Yeah. And then they're like, well, who else can we give South Carolina? Well, they got these 2 trophy games. A&M's already on the schedule, the permanent opponent, and Missouri's already on the schedule as SEC. So let's just throw them in there. Like, okay. Well, who's their permanent opponent going to be if we stay with 8 forever? Kentucky. All right. Easy enough. They're already scheduled. They're already on the schedule. Who's left? Well, this is really damn hard for South Carolina. Give them Vandy.
Give them Vandy. That's right. Yeah.
They're already on the schedule too. Easy enough, right?
Right.
No Georgia, no Florida, no Tennessee. And the reason Wayne says Georgia, Florida, and Tennessee made the schedule. Yeah. For 33, 32 years, the 4 big games on the schedule.
Yep.
Unless an Alabama rotated on or Auburn. I mean, obviously the rotating games were big too, but you could always Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, Clemson were the 4 biggest games every year.
Yep.
Tennessee behind, Georgia's always, even before Carolina got in the SEC, it was the border war. They played frequently. It was South Carolina, Georgia's always been a game the Gamecocks want to win. Tennessee, let's just say people started not liking them in the late 90s and 2000s when Holtz couldn't beat them and they were taking players out of the state. And it's a quick trip up and down, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of Tennessee fans in the state of South Carolina. So they're kind of hated. And then the Gators, you mentioned the ties and all that, but also because of the success Florida's had through the years, it's a big game.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously it was the Spurrier Bowl for 10 years.
Right.
Against his old team. So those were the big games. And then all of a sudden they're just gone. You just wake up one day and they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
And Ole Miss and LSU replaced them. Ole Miss and LSU.
And since they were already planning on doing it, we'll just keep Alabama there too, right? I mean, there was
Carolina played one team from the Eastern time zone in conference.
Right.
Kentucky.
And that's crazy to me.
Well,
I mean,
and I said all offseason, like everybody was freaking out about the schedule because historically Carolina's been god awful against most of the West. I mean, only Mississippi State. And they've beaten Ole Miss a few times, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of those teams, they're upside down against Arkansas. They're upside down against Auburn and Alabama and LSU. And then of course to top it off, they said they sort of with Texas and Oklahoma, they just said half of you are going to play Texas, half of you are going to play Oklahoma, and they gave the Gamecocks Oklahoma. Could have easily been Texas, but it'll rotate on. So Oklahoma, Ole Miss, and LSU replaced Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida, essentially, because Bama was already there and all that. So. That's what they did then, and then then I think the easy thing is we'll just flip it. I want to flip it.
We'll just flip it.
I'm gonna flip it.
Flip it.
And just flip it and play it again. I think I may be wrong. I need to just go ahead and confirm this. I think this is the first time, Phil, since 2009. No, before that, JC. Maybe 07, 08 that the Gamecocks have played the exact same conference teams one year to the other.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember in 08, because they played like in 07, like 06, 07. Maybe before that, though, because 06 was Mississippi State, 07 Mississippi State, 08. Arkansas was still on the schedule. LSU, 07, 08 was LSU. 09 was Bama, back to back. So 09 and 10. Or no, Auburn rotated on. Maybe way back. Maybe you go way back.
Yeah, because it was, you had Auburn, I know, in 10 because you're playing twice. Right, yeah.
Where maybe they've never done that before because the rotating – I know in the 90s, the rotating opponent was 2 years. You play 2 years worth of Auburn, 2 years worth of Bama. Maybe, because there were two rotating opponents for a while. You may have to go all the way back to like 02.
Yeah, I was starting back.
It's been a minute
here. Yeah,
it's been a minute since you play the exact same teams that you played the year before, as far as the conference schedule goes. Lance says we need UGA back on permanent. I think that makes sense. And I think it makes sense for them too. And this is going to sound like I'm not respecting the Gamecocks, and please don't take it that way. But you got to look at it from other people's perspective. All right. So Georgia has all these rivals. All right. Alabama is a rival. Tennessee is a rival because their state borders a lot of states. Right.
Yeah.
Florida they're not going to get rid of the Florida game. They don't want to get rid of the Auburn game. So that's two. So unless you get Vanderbilt or Kentucky, which I don't think is happening because, Kentucky is going to fill up with, I think Kentucky is going to play Carolina regardless. Maybe not. But if you fill up with Vandy, right? Vandy got to play, probably going to play Kentucky and Tennessee, is my guess, or Missouri. So if you're Georgia and you're looking for kind of a third team that you usually beat, but that makes sense, South Carolina does. And the game play Georgia in basketball twice every year. They're one of the 2 game deals. So I think Georgia's on. I think Kentucky's on. The question is on the third. Some folks have said Tennessee. Some folks have said Florida. Some folks have said Mississippi State. Some folks have said Missouri. Some have said Arkansas. I think it's probably Florida or Tennessee would be my guess. But I'd love, I mean, I'll be honest, Phil, I wouldn't mind keeping the Missouri game if you're looking for kind of a third, because that's kind of like if you got Kentucky, Missouri, and then Georgia.
Right.
Georgia's, even when Georgia has quote unquote down years, they're really good. They're always going to be, if they don't win more than 8, if they win 8 or less, it's a bad year for them. So that's your A permanent opponent. I think Missouri right now, if you look at their program and not necessarily their team, your program team job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Missouri's probably a B opponent. Could end up morphing into a C if Eli Drinkwitz goes someplace else and maybe they hire a bad coach. They're not necessarily, they don't have the tradition of long substanding success. And then Kentucky's definitely a C because I don't buy the bad blip on the radar. Now, can John Summerall get that job, go there and overachieve like Stoops? Yes. But even at their best, Kentucky's at best, the 10-win team, blah, 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 once every now and then. Usually they're about 8-4, 7-5 when they're really good. So you shouldn't. So to me, that would kind of be an option. Carolina tends to struggle with Florida, even when Florida's not that great for whatever reason. Yeah. Or maybe it's the Beamer struggles with Napier for whatever reason. But there's really a 2-game sample size there, so who knows? So I don't know. I don't mind Florida. I just, when you talk about locking something in for a period of what will probably be like 10 years at least, Phil, you kind of are like, what? It's not necessarily what kind of team they have this year. It's can they be problematic? Because I'll tell you this. And really, I'm glad it was A&M at the end of the day. But Carolina was ready to get out of the Arkansas thing. And then the SEC wanted to manufacture this Arkansas-Missouri rivalry. And so they said, all right, well, we'll let them play Missouri. But then they were going to but then LSU was like, hey, we want to play South Carolina every year because we want to get out of Florida.
Yeah, right.
Florida. They hate those schools. Those schools' administrations don't like each other. And Eric Hyman and then Ray Tanner said, hell no, we're not doing it. Give us A&M. So at the time it looked smart because Arkansas had been problematic. A&M is a 6-6 team coming from the Big 12.
Right. Yeah. It was not known for massive success in the Big 12. Right.
Yeah. And Carolina's 2-9 in that series. I mean, so you got to kind of look at it down the road and it's the best guess in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But Bruin wants Arkansas, Vandy, and Kentucky. Well, right now that'd be tough. At some point, Arkansas's coming back, though. and they could be good. Arkansas's tough. Arkansas's tough sometimes. Yeah. I don't know the boss what he's going to do.
Yeah, well, give me the schools who consider themselves basketball schools, and then
Kentucky.
That way they'll allocate less rev share resources to football in proportion to Carolina.
There's exactly one of those in the SEC.
Right.
University of Kentucky. And I think Kentucky's staying on. Maybe not, though. Who knows? But it makes sense. All right, going to get out of here for the final break. I've already talked about Palmetto Golf. Have I talked about Palmetto Golf and Belt yet?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, we had that on first break. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll do another promo out of left field. Download the Chief Sports app, folks. It's free.
That's right.
You can listen to us every day. It's free. It's on Apple Podcast or Google Play. Also, You can, if you have not, hit the subscribe button on this YouTube channel. If you're following on YouTube, please. Stats still show 7% of our viewers are not subscribers. Please hit the button.
Please
We're
subscribe.
begging you, sirs.
Yeah,
And
like
madams.
and subscribe. It's
2
free.
seconds. Like and subscribe. It's free. Also, follow us on Instagram at chiefsports.net, at Inside the Gamecocks, or at the Big Spur 247. Phil, give us a score update before we get out, bro.
Yeah, we are, not the exact numbers, but it is the third quarter. Things are about to come back. I know the Gamecocks are their margin has shrunk to 13 points.
I've got it. Yeah, 61 48.
48. That's right. Yeah,
I've got it on my phone.
Yeah, Vandy has come up strong and in the third quarter, and now it's time to shut that crap down and get out of Greenville here with a win. Well, for the night, and head back to the. I found out the hotel that the ladies were staying in here in Greenville, and
what is it?
Well, let's just say that they're not hurting for accommodations.
Is it the new nice one?
The new Grand Bohemian downtown. It's like, oh, okay. Well, traveling in style. As I mean,
I've actually never been there. It's 61 to 50 now. All right, let's get to a break, Phil. And maybe this will bring them good luck. Sometimes you got to walk away and do that stuff. We'll be right back to wrap up a week of Inside the Gamecocks The Show after this.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the village at Sand Hill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Inside the Gamecocks Show, final segment of the show for the week. The ladies lead down to 9. This is getting a little tight here, JC. I don't like this. What I didn't realize coming in. Like Vandy's got some incredible length. Like they really, get into the passing lanes and make things tough. So gonna have to find a way to overcome that in the last 7.5 minutes here just to stay on top. Oh, did you? Oh, I think you froze. Oh, you're back now.
That was a stupid microphone. Anyway, yeah, it's a little too close for comfort. Now 64-53 Gamecocks. Ooh, shoe buddy. That would not be good to lose.
No, Chloe and Sanaya, though, turned it on in the second half. So let's keep that up.
Yeah. You have to cancel those reservations at the Bohemian.
Hate to say that end of the day early.
So it's snowing outside. The oldest stepson has sent in his order for DoorDash from Wendy's. 10-piece chicken nuggets, spicy chicken sandwich, cheese fries, and a large classic chocolate frosty.
Man, that's the way to do it.
19 years old, doesn't gain a pound. I'm having a salad.
I'm having a salad.
Wendy, they're pretty good salad. Bruin shouldn't ask about women's basketball. I'm the only one that thinks this team isn't a Final Four team. Missing a true big is going to hurt. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that's a lot like arguing over the football team's depth chart. You don't have a good second team linebacker, you're screwed. I think if they get hot, they can beat anybody in the country in their bracket. Now, here's the fly in the ointment. Matt Anderson and Alex Jones on the Late Night Gamecocks show were talking earlier this week how Gamecocks, if they don't win this tournament, may not get the number 1 seed. Now, there's number 2 in the net right now.
Right.
You'd think they would regardless. But there's a lot of other teams out there that are really good too. And, Notre Dame's best players hurt, but you got the 2 LA schools that everybody loved UCLA, but Southern Cal's beaten them twice.
Yeah, that's true.
For the Big Ten, you've got UConn, who's number 1 in the net right now. Could it be the Gamecocks fall to a 2 seed, and then they're matched up? But is it a block Final Four team Bruin where you'd be upset if they didn't get it this year, didn't make it this year? No, I think you're right about that. Can they easily make the Final Four? Yes. And then you got in basketball, you got to account for like upsets too. Like if somebody else gets upset, like the first national championship, man, I'll be honest. Nobody in UConn in a long, long time. And then Mississippi State beats them. And Carolina did not have to play UConn in the finals, or they may not have had that national championship.
Yeah.
The UConn team was really, really good. They got to play Mississippi State, who they handled and won. So sometimes that factors in when you're talking about national championships and Final Four, in the tournament sport. But I'll tell you, they're missing the big. They are. Ashton Watkins' injury is important. Hey, Cardoso was so good last year too.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, because Cardoso was 6'7" down there. I mean, that incredible paint presence and just I mean, you're missing it because the depth. I mean, obviously, Chloe Kitts and Sanaya Fagan have been playing well in the post, but they can't be out there for the entire game.
They
got to give them a rest.
It is getting way too close for comfort in Greenville right now. 66.
Yeah, it is. 6 points. Yeah, I don't know. It just defense just not where it is, man.
Vandy's outscored them 37-20 second half.
Mm-hmm.
Now 37-20-22 because Vandy just hit 3. 68-63 Gamecocks. Ooh, shoe buddy.
Yeah, just need to put this game in the hands of your playmakers and stars. If you're, South Carolina, that's
man.
You don't have to ride the talent here.
Yeah, there's been some upsets so far too. I mean, Florida beat Bama the craziest thing, Phil, rolling through social media last night, and it was the Florida Bama highlights on SEC official. Or SEC Network, I think. And it's like, what a finish. And it was 61 Florida. I think the Bama girl basically just drove it into the paint and went off her knee, and the clock ran out.
Yeah.
I was like, what a finish.
I saw that too.
That's either like really, really stupid and clueless
Mm-hmm.
by whatever social media intern is there, or it's just the meanest thing ever.
Yeah, somebody,
It's just
maybe
mean.
it was Auburn grad.
Matt asked if they lose tonight to stay the Bohemian 2 more nights. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, who knows?
No. Nevertheless, yeah, that's that. So there's a couple little SEC things I want to mention real quick. Brad Crawford stood up again. I think I mentioned this yesterday. He tweeted out about Georgia's schedule being tough and will they take a step back? I asked the Big Spur folks, and there was a reasonable answer last night. You know, some think yes, some think maybe not. They do lose a lot on defense, but they tend to be pretty good. Georgia does about replacing defensive players. They got some help out of the portal, Gunnar Stockton, all that good stuff. It's just like anybody. How do you replace your losses? I thought Kirby Smart did a great coaching job. But that's but look, man, that's not what everybody's mad about at Georgia. They're not worried about the schedule. They're worried about one Michael Bobo
and a contract extension.
Yeah. Oh, not only that, as a contract extension that got reported recently, right? But follow-up reporting from dog outlets indicates the contract extension was given to Mike Bobo before the season.
Oh, wow.
So, so they locked him in. Will Muschamp's still on that staff, obviously, as an analyst, and still works for Georgia. So I don't feel bad bringing up a Muschampism, but one thing he did say, and this is applicable here: too much chocolate cake will make you sick. Too much of one thing. And Mike Bobo's just been the OC there for so long, and there's so many of those Mark Richt years where they were close and didn't make it, or they kind of had disappointing seasons. Mark Richt won a ton of games. He was much better than Ray Goff and Jim Donnan at Georgia by far. And they won SEC championships, all that good stuff. But Bobo was the OC there for almost all but about the first 3 or 4 years at Georgia. And I think it's just like bad memories. Like they think, well, we've elevated. And now we're kind of, because people attach so much to coaching. I think Mike Bobo was a great OC. I think Nate Frazier next year for Georgia, he's going to develop into the type of back they're used to having. They're going to have more good receivers. I mean, obviously, he's wanted to coach Gunnar Stockton for a while. I think they'll be fine. But, oh, boy, those that have a red coat marching band had a red ass when that news came out. You'll never believe it. And then this is interesting. I mentioned DJ Lagway just in passing that Florida was going to be careful with him for spring practice because he was injured or whatnot. And so then I'm scrolling through social media again, and Mark Long, the AP reporter, has been doing it for years. It covers the Gators for the AP in Florida and the Jaguars. He's on some radio show just going off and on and on. I've asked Billy about it. There's something's going on there. Something's going on. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, my initial reaction is, I'm sorry that you are, the AP is so irrelevant now and all that. But then I remembered it's Mark Long, and he's got a great reputation. He's been doing it for forever. And it's very unlike an AP reporter, even if they are being sneakily biased,
right?
To be that adamant about it. So it's almost like he heard something. So, Napier said Lagway was dealing with a shoulder and throwing something in his upper body and a hamstring. And Long did point out hamstring injury happened in November. So what's the issue?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? And I don't think it'll be relevant. Although if DJ Lagway goes out, everybody's got Florida in the top 10. Proceed to drop them.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But
I don't know. I think they're overblowing it just to kind of support the narrative, moving into the season. It was like, oh, here he is. He's come back from injury, right? Because the entire national media is enamored of this guy. Which don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that DJ Lagway does not have the potential to be a great quarterback, but I think in what we saw last year, there wasn't anything so special about his game that kind of swayed Florida to a better season than they would have had, say, Graham Mertz had not gotten hurt.
He did a lot of not screwing it up. He did like Graham Mertz did. I just think the energy, though, Phil, and sometimes that happens. I mean, it's happened twice here when Jake Bentley and before that Steve Tannehill took over, where the season, the offense was going nowhere, and then you put a freshman in and he sparks you.
Yeah.
And you have some success and win some games. Jake beat Tennessee. Steve won 5 games, including Tennessee. Mississippi State was 15th in the country when he did that. And I've seen that happen, before. And the stats aren't anything to write home about. It's just
right.
It's just it is what it is. But you're right. I mean, a healthy Graham Mertz, had they rallied behind him, if he'd come back and done that, you could have seen that. I don't know what to make about that. Kreger in the Nana Sports chat box asked Cam and JC thoughts on 9 games plus a Big Ten game. Tony Barnhart on JC and Morgan did say that was coming. It's his opinion. I think that probably that's coming. And I'll tell you the words that he used, and I'm not going to go off on a tangent about this because I did a lot of mad spitefulness about TV yesterday. They can sell it as a separate TV package and make more money. And here's why. It's on 2 separate. They're on Big Ten and SEC. They're 2 separate packages with different networks. So you could split that puppy up, charge a premium to all the networks. I still think having it the opening weekend of the season, or if, like they say they're going to do, they go to a week 0 format.
Yeah.
Play at week 0. Hell, wouldn't that be fun? Instead of the 1 game in Ireland and dog do the rest of the day.
Oh, I know.
We just have an SEC Big Ten challenge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd love that. That'd be great. Like you could set that up like week 0. You could spread that out from Thursday to Sunday too. I mean, it's just I mean, that would be fun.
Nothing else is going on in August. I mean,
no. I mean, what are you gonna do?
The pennant races don't start heating up until September, right? So in baseball, college the Little League World Series may overlap, but I don't watch that. Mike Morgan calls it, and he loves the calling it and stuff. I can't watch it.
Yeah,
I did when I was an actual little leaguer. I did.
That's true.
6 fingers, baby.
Kept up with it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, so I think that's coming. The Big Ten Challenge and for money, and then you talk about 9 SEC games, more money, and then Carolina and Georgia and Florida. And that's kind of surprised me about Tony's comments. I mean, Tony covers SEC and he's fair, but he's a Georgia guy. Probably just doesn't respect Georgia Tech at all, even after last year.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Georgia Tech's like playing Marshall, but or Austin P, which both are on Georgia's schedule this year. So I think that's one of those things probably good for the league as a whole, but bad for Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
That said, let's look at this realistically, though. Obviously, if they go to that format, this home and home with Virginia Tech in the 2030s is going bye-bye. The home and home with Miami is depending on when they do it.
Yeah,
the home and home with Miami is probably going bye-bye regardless.
See ya.
Mm-hmm. Even with the 9 games. North Carolina, NC State, gone. All those tough non-conference games. So, but let's look at it from this perspective. If South is there's the Big Ten is a big conference, right? It's 18 teams,
right?
So 2 teams aren't even going to from the SEC from the Big Ten aren't even going to compete.
Yeah, and how much do you think that the home offices next to Fogo de Chao there are going to try to protect their projected number 1 and number 2 teams, and not do a long-term schedule with a rotation here? It's like, ooh, well, maybe we don't want Ohio State to play Georgia this year. Maybe we'll give Georgia, I don't know, Northwestern.
They'll match it up like the basketball. They'll try to do it every year. And Phil, I do think they'll match up good with good.
I would hope so. I mean,
there's so many good in the SEC. It's not going to, we're going to play Texas A&M in College Station instead of Georgia and Columbus.
The one intriguing thing about that for me is like, okay, let's say you've done that over the past 5 years. It truly would have settled the debate on which conference is the best, because the middle of the conferences would have I think you look at a lopsided disparity there, right? Like the middle of the SEC would have just eaten the lunch of the middle of the Big Ten over the past 5 years. Yeah. And that really would reinforce it. I mean, you're going to have some competitive games, and it's any given Saturday, of course. But it doesn't scare me. I just think it's an unnecessary strength of schedule tactic that the Big Ten actually needs for national relevance, and the SEC does not.
I think they need it worse than the SEC, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
By the way, 78-63, Gamecocks back up by 15 in the blink of an eye.
Mm-hmm.
So there
just
you go.
Like that. On the back of Chloe Kitts, I would say
Chloe.
Yeah, she's having a hell of a second half.
Anyway,
that's not one.
Anyway, 80-63 now. So got some nervous moments, and now it's a blowout again. So
that's right. Oh, look at that. That was the easiest assist and bucket that full Wiley and Chloe will ever get.
I just have the score. Apple has like a really kind of a nice score bug. It's about
because you're ahead of me,
date.
actually.
Yeah, it's up to date.
Oh my goodness.
Apple just does everything better because they're better people. But anyway, think of it like this, Gamecock fans. You're even if you're really good and you're winning SEC titles and you're one of the premier teams in the SEC, you're gonna be good enough to play at Michigan or whoever, right?
Yeah.
If not, if you're still kind of like where it is now, where the program is now, and you're getting there, but you're still borderline, middle of the pack, a lot of good teams, you're going to be matched up with a team that's just like you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's usually what they're going to do. I mean, if you look at and I think they're modeling this after basketball. If you look at basketball, Carolina had Boston College in the ACC thing this year, Notre Dame the last year. They didn't have to go to Duke. No. Clemson had to play Kentucky, but last year Clemson was an Elite 8 team, and Kentucky got bounced to the first round, and they have a whole new roster. So when that was scheduled, Kentucky didn't have high expectations. And so that's kind of how they do it. So I think as far as, is that going to, on its face, is that going to make the schedule too much more difficult? The answer is no, just that. Because you'll just replace the Big Ten. And look, I'll say this, there'll be some, if they play them on campus, I think it'd be cool to go to UCLA for the opener and play in the Rose Bowl, right?
It opens you up to some historic venues, and definitely some that are bucket lists items for me, right? But yeah. And if you're only doing that kind of travel once a year, it's not that bad.
And I'll say this too. I mean, Northwestern's new stadium is like futuristic and awesome. By the time this comes online, I'm hoping I don't live up here. I'm hoping I live in South Carolina again. But my wife's from here, and I'd love to fly up for that, with a group of crazy Gamecocks and show the go read about the local government in Evanston, Illinois.
Oh,
they're not ready.
Yeah, they're not ready. 63-84 final. I'm sorry. Yeah, just.
I'm sorry. 84-63 Gamecocks win.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I didn't notice that. But think about this too. Everybody wants to take a piece out of the Turtles' butt. Maryland, up in DC, they're a Big Ten team. That's probably a type of team Carolina will be matched up against. Iowa, Somebody, I'd rather not go and play at Kinnick Stadium, obviously. But the point is that's nothing to be afraid of. To me, the 9-game conference schedule plus this, as Craig pointed out, is one where you go, it's a little too much. Yeah, basically, you'll have one cupcake and everything else is locked in. I don't know that the 9-game conference schedule is something the SEC needs. And it's because, for the reasons we mentioned, it's already very tough. You do have some rivalry games with ACC teams, in-state games that really should never be canceled. My question becomes, is it going to, will it swing? Right now, the Clemson game's never going anywhere.
No.
But if you start piling all that on, will it ever get to the point where you kind of start to consider it?
You'll get pressure from the fan base. I mean,
some of the fans.
Yeah.
But I mean, dude, that would give them bragging rights from now until the end of time.
Oh, please. Yeah. You don't, you can't. I mean, there's no way somebody's going to support that, right? Like at the athletic director level, they're like, oh no, it's not going to be on this watch.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't. I just don't
watch.
See it, But I think on the flip side of that too, Phil, some consideration that could be made if you are the SEC and you're forcing all this on your teams. And I'm going to continue to not include Kentucky in this because I'll just say it. Damn, their schedule's so awful that they deserve one more conference game in a Big Ten. And they'll be playing, Purdue or whoever sucks in that league anyway. I think this, Rutgers, whoever, and that's fine. But I think with Georgia, Florida, and Carolina, maybe there is some consideration given to those three schools since they do play ACC rivals to where it's like, okay, it's not as far-fetched for Carolina to have Kentucky and Vandy as two of their or Kentucky and Mississippi State.
Mm-hmm.
Give them a little bit of a break on that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be tough regardless, but
yeah.
Maybe that's
since not all of the Big Ten can do that every single year. Why not just highlight, say, half of both half of the SEC plays
10
8 Big Ten teams, right? Yeah, and then you rotate through that half to open the season, because I don't want to see this game happen anywhere except for week 1 or 0, right? Like that.
Yeah.
There's nothing to gain.
Don't play in week 3.
No.
Now coaches may tell you different. No, we want to open with somebody crappy and then do that. Sorry.
I don't know. I mean, I think that kind of gets offset by the uncontrollables and the question marks, right? Like, you're playing Wofford in week 1, who's, fortunately not a triple option team or whatever.
Yeah.
But what you lack in talent at Wofford, you could make up for in, the fact that a Northwestern or, say even a Rutgers is not going to be quite ready for you. Although, you're always going to have those chaos agents in those first games, and there's going to be some upsets, which will be fun to watch, but I don't think you need to subject the SEC to it because they don't need it.
It'll make it interesting. I'm with you. If it's 10, it's fine, and it's really a non-issue.
Yeah.
Because when you rotate on, that's your other, when it rotates on, there are some years where it's going to be 11 of your 12 games are going to be tough. The week 0 thing, I think, is interesting too. I think that if they back it up a little bit, and then in most all years, you'd have 2 open dates as well to recover. But
if you did incorporate a 0, you would be guaranteed 2 open dates, which would benefit every team in both leagues.
you can use that as a scheduling, as a seeding metric too.
Mm-hmm.
The SEC is a tougher conference, whatever. Because bowl games are not. Joel Klatt was going on and on about bowls. Too many variables in bowls.
Yeah,
count that.
Yeah.
Regular season games though. Yeah, let's count it. Let's line them up and see who wins.
Yeah, because you're full power. I mean, you're the full force of your roster is there.
I don't know whether
an injury.
Yeah, opening weekend, just about everybody's healthy. I don't know that the opening weekend results are going to be the same as like the teams at the end of, the teams change through the year. So I don't think you could put a lot of heavyweight on it, but it could be a tiebreaker. Anyway, we got to get out of here.
Yeah, man.
Hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Final score against South Carolina, 84. Vanderbilt, 63. I know some of you are going to have some ice cold beers and watch softball tonight.
Yeah.
Most people in the South have ice cold beers and play church softball, but tonight you're going to watch women's softball.
Been there too.
Gamecocks play the Roman Empire of college softball. Gamecock baseball starting at 7 with Stu against Morehead State. A team from a little further south, right?
Yeah,
but,
right. A little closer to home than some of these series.
Yeah.
And have you ever Googled Morehead State's baseball stadium?
Not their stadium. I looked up
Check it out. Check it out.
Not
it's
stellar.
Nuts. Like
There's
because they're bringing a guy in here who's like he might be leading the nation in home runs, but is the super hitter or whatever. But half of their outfield is like a 250 something foot wall that stretches. It's the crazy because that side of their stadium butts up against a residential neighborhood.
Oh my God.
Check it out. It's worth a look.
Hit the wall. It's a home run. And Morehead, Kentucky is like you go to Lexington and go northeast towards West Virginia and Ohio. Just kind of up in that little Humpty Hump West Virginia coal mining area.
Yeah, right.
So it's not too far south, but hey, this time, college baseball, the further south you are, the more formidable you are. So we'll see what happens there. But it's been a nice week here on the show. A great week. Again, sorry about being angry yesterday. I like shows like this much better when I'm make my points, but not as upset. But Phil, take us out of here.
Yeah, man. And everybody, don't forget, we got big weekend for Gamecocks coming up, obviously. Like JC said, 7 o'clock first pitch, Morehead State, 7:30 first pitch for the undefeated clash in Norman, Oklahoma. Top 10 softball teams going at it. Ashley Chastain Woodard and her crew get a chance to prove on the national stage that they belong, and they get every opportunity to do so this weekend. But for JC, Mad Dog, hoping everybody has a great weekend. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Go crack you open a cold one and go Cox.